Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome. All right, let's get started. Tesla is down 3.6%. Overall markets started dropping in the afternoon after Neil Kashkar's comments. I think he sounded a bit more hawkish than people were maybe expecting. He said that the new lease rates are up. That's a little concerning, he said. And he said he used to expect 2 rate cuts this year, and now it might be more like 0 or 1 for him. And so I think Kashkar to a slightly kind of negative tone across the markets. The yield curve was down about 5-6 basis points today after those comments. They're down only about a couple basis points, especially the shorter end of the curve is pretty much flat. Nvidia down 2%, Google up 2%, Apple, Microsoft about flat. We have lots to talk about today. I see Elias in the audience. If he wants to come up and start talking about Tesla FSD tracker, we can get that going. I see Yoda if he wants to come up and maybe talk about semiconductors. We can do that as well. There is the rumor of an email circulating, an Elon email, but I'm not sure if that's actually him. Elias, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, good. Yeah, the sound quality is not bad. Are you on an iPhone?
No, I'm on a Samsung.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Does it have any sort of noise cancellation kind of thing?
I'm not sure, but I'm also driving in my car too.
Okay, got it. That's all right. Any questions, comments for Elias? How long is your drive, Elias?
Like 2 hours.
Okay, perfect. So you can just hang out on the speaker board. We're probably going to be changing around topics. I was going through your tracker this morning a little bit more. You've added a lot, and what I noticed is that the data points that are coming into the tracker is increasing quite a bit. So that's great. I mean, that's exactly what we need, you know? So I pinned at the top of our screens this chart that Elias has entries by date. And you can see in the last couple of months, those entries have really surged, which is great. About Tesla, how are you?
Hi, Yaman. How are you doing?
Doing well. What's the latest on software updates?
Well, we had another big wave yesterday with the spring release, mostly going to Europe and Australia. I thought I saw a few Cybertrucks there, but maybe it was just from the previous release, not sure. But it's primarily going to Australia, Europe, and some other countries outside the US. So we're still waiting for that next version, that 5, that is supposed to come out anytime now. So we have that 14.3 is probably will not be coming to with FSD at all. So we'll probably have to wait for that 14.5. That's how it looks right now. It's already being tested by employees. So I would, if everything goes well, I would expect it to start showing up on the client cars, on the customer cars in the next day or two.
Okay, great. Thank you. Elias, what are you seeing in terms of changes to the software performance, FSD performance from, let's say, throughout the version 12.3 series?
Yeah, so 12.3 didn't go wide, but it was pretty good from everybody that reported that on 12.3. It was pretty high standards. Some people saw some regressions in subsequent builds, but 12.36 so far, based on the data, looks like it's hitting a lot of good points. People are still encountering critical disengagements. Like I had 2 back-to-back yesterday. So there's still some bugs or missing features, but at the end of the day, it looks like it's overall better than some of the other versions.
Okay, good. Just FYI, this space is not the one that I set a reminder for earlier. That, for whatever reason, technical difficulty just didn't start when I tried. So I had to start a new space. So if you could please like and repost the space to spread the word, because maybe people are waiting for the other one to get going, but that's not going to get going. I have to delete that one. So that would be helpful. Elias, do you feel comfortable saying 12.3.6 is the best version that Tesla shipped?
I'm not sure yet. I only got about 400 or 500 miles on it so far, but I mean it's still pretty good. V12 is definitely far greater or far better than V11. So 12.3 and 12.3.6 in my mind are definitely the best builds. I don't have enough mileage like Kaz Cyberlift does, but it definitely feels pretty good.
So when I looked at 12.3.6, it had about 1,300 something miles this morning, and you're saying 500 of that is yours?
Yeah, I'm adding like 200 more over the next like 2 hours.
And I noticed in California, there are no safety critical disengagements. How are you doing with safety critical disengagements?
I had 2 that I posted about yesterday. I was driving in the rain last night, and one was a light going from green, yellow to red that it didn't, for whatever, pick up. Had to brake at the end, and then the other one was construction, which was pretty hard to see at the end. I didn't really see the flagger at the end, but there was a lot of signs like construction signs, police car, flagger signs, and the car didn't obviously slow down, so I had to basically slam on the brakes at the end there. I posted a video about it, or 2 videos about it yesterday.
Thank you. We have Wes in the audience. I wonder if he has seen those videos that you posted. Wes is always on the lookout for safety critical disengagements, repeatable safety critical disengagements that he analyzes frame by frame. So if anybody in the audience runs into a safety critical disengagement, you can post it and tag Tesla Trip, Wes Tesla Trip, TESLA TRIP on it, and he'll reach out and kind of look through frame by frame, try to understand, and then try to also post, like if you can post a video of it, that's great, but obviously be safe about taking a video while on FSD. And if you can't do a video, which is understandable, then just post a screenshot of the map for that intersection of the location. About Tesla, and then Wes.
I have one repeatable issue. I don't know if it's would call it safety critical, but it is repeatable issue, and I just was wondering if Wes would be interested in this one or not. I can probably take a video if necessary. It's a blinking yellow light. So I tried it on 2 cars, and both failed to do. So one completely stopped and wouldn't move at all. The same .6 version. The other car waited, and then decided to proceed after some time. They're not supposed to stop on blinking yellow at all, or at least the one of them is failing completely to move after that. So I had to press the accelerator. So it wasn't really disengagement because I didn't disengage. I just pressed the accelerator. So I just was wondering if that's something you would want to get some details on.
Wes?
Yeah, blinking yellows and blinking reds don't seem to be a supported feature yet. So it's very predictable that people will have more issues there than not. And I did see the other 2 that were posted, and the light turning from green to yellow to red, that looks like a bug. It's very surprising that it did that. There was a lot of shine, reflection, flat light coming up off the road. So I wonder if that's an indication of that particular failure, but that looks like a bug. Obviously, that feature is supported. The other one, advisory signs like road closed or construction zone, whatnot, doesn't appear to have full feature support. I don't know if that feature is implemented or not, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So that might be one that's more reliant on having really good vision. So I feel like one is definitely a bug and the other one could be a potential feature that hasn't really been added yet. So there you go.
Elias.
Yeah, so Wes, thanks for taking a look at that. I did tag you on those videos on purpose. But the biggest thing I think is the low light and reflection. So especially in the rain, every time that I've had a red light where it didn't detect either the changing light or it was completely red the whole time and it didn't stop for it, and this is older versions too. It seemed when I looked at the video that there's a lot of glare and either it's oncoming cars or, like you said, the road reflection that causes the issue.
Yeah, and I appreciate you tagging me on those because it made it really easy for me to find and then provide feedback, which I sent a post and mentioned that.
About Tesla.
So in my case, there were two separate issues, probably related, but I would list them separately. One is that changing colors on that blinking light. So yes, it would show yellow, red, sometimes even green. I think blinking green and red. It's really weird. But the second one is the behavior, what the car does about that blinking yellow, and just the repeatable problem that I had was the complete stop. So that was kind of new. I had a similar problem in other places, but it would never stay at that light forever. It would just maybe stop and move. But in this case, it was just stop and would not move at all. I ran through that intersection 4 times, and it repeated that problem 4 times.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, it shouldn't be stopping. You're totally right. But if that feature is not supported, I would think the behavior would be more intermittent. So the fact that it's stopping all the time, I think, means it's just being extra cautious because it doesn't understand, I guess, is my speculation, that the blinking yellow doesn't mean it shouldn't stop. So it doesn't appear like it's been trained specifically to know not to do that with, user videos.
Elias.
I want to say in 12.3 that there was a little more assertiveness, and I remember going through at least 2 or 3 blinking yellows, and it didn't slow. Like, it kind of slowed down, like you feel it, but it didn't really slow down, and it just kind of pushed through it. And then in the subsequent versions that came out, there was a lot more cautiousness that was put into traffic light handling. So, for example, I remember in 12.3.3 that if you were about to go through a yellow light, before it would just kind of go right through the yellow light. It would calculate if it could get through it or not. But then it would like slam on the brakes right at the end, right at the intersection for no reason when it should have just proceeded through. So it seemed like they added a lot of cautious tweaking to light handling post 12.3, and it seems like it kind of stuck around. So it looks like they have the ability to handle it. Like I said, I remember in 12.3, but they just try to make it more cautious in future versions.
Yeah, that's something I experienced too. 12.3.6 is definitely more cautious. And I guess that makes sense, right? Because they're trying to get more new people, new users, and they want it to be super cautious, especially, coming up to, stopped cars and stuff. It leaves a lot of room, which is fine. I mean, I think with more data, they'll dial it back a little bit. No hands mode, ACDC, go ahead.
So on the yellow light, I have a question for Wes. That it's just like the yellow light's a dilemma for us. Also, sometimes you can make it, sometimes you shouldn't. But for FSD, it should be a decisive action, right? I mean, the calculation should be precise, and it should be either a yes or no. But it seems to me like it like tries to make it, and it's like, oh no, I can't make it, and it just stops. That happened to me today, and it kind of like gave up halfway through. So could you explain that as to like what causes that indecisiveness?
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously it's weighing a ton of options, just like the human would, based on like what the car can see a lot more, maybe aren't as deterministic as it might feel like for a human. So it's taking all of those things into account and making that decision. Now, with the case of blinking yellows, it does seem like there's something obviously not right going on there. If that feature is still like explicitly in the build or not, maybe they removed those training cases from 3.6 so that it would just completely not handle that. And then they're going to come back with a better set of videos for the training set, or maybe some other change to the model architecture or something that's like pure speculation, because there's so many number of things that they could do. But I would say right now, with the way that it does look like, it doesn't feel like there might be a regression in that sense. Because if it truly is failing that much, I can't imagine their validation test or the simulation and real world validation test would miss that. So that's kind of where I'm thinking they are right now. They're really focusing on like the normal driving task, which blinking red, blinking yellows are not typically something you encounter like every day, at least for the average driver. Like I can't remember the last time I went through a blinking yellow, blinking red. It's been potentially years for me, and I drive a lot in Washington and Oregon. So that's what I think is going on.
That's great. Also, I had a scenario today. I was driving it around a little bit, and by the way, I'm going to start a new account. I just got a mount, and I'm going to start making some of the videos like this. The account is going to be called Whole Uranus Catalog. So please follow that one. And it's going to talk about real interventions and not just cushy, dreamy Cali driving. So, but on my way back home from the golf course, I stopped by at the library, and it was at the parking lot. And I just, right from the parking space itself, I engaged it. And I know the parking lot is still a tricky thing, but this was what was kind of mind-boggling for me, that it started to get out of the parking lot, and then there's a little access path for a big trash can, or the big for the garbage trucks. And it can see it. This thing is only like 50 feet deep. So vision, it's clear day, can see it. And of course, it's not even mapped on the road, so it's not going by the map. But it literally went in there and then just came to a stop. So what do you think causes something like that? Like, what would be the reasoning?
Did you already reserve this account? All Uranus?
I haven't, so maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, it is already following me, Paul Uranus.
Oh, darn. I'll have to come up with a new one.
It's called Paul Uranus Catalog. It is yours, isn't it? Come on.
I swear it isn't. I swear it isn't. I just thought of it this morning.
So funny. That's so funny. Anyway. Wes, do you have an answer to that? Is Wes there? I think Wes may be having connection issues. It's actually very rare Wes has good connection. When he does, we celebrate in this space. We try to throw a party. Everybody congratulates and high fives each other. And it's because it's that rare. Oh, there we go. Hopefully it's coming back. Elias, would you like to, in the meantime, would you like to tell us about the changes to the tracker?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, there's been a lot of increased attention on the tracker over the last month and a half because of V12. And the biggest thing that I was looking at was there's a lot of, or there was a lot of versions on the previous charts that were kind of being misused in some cases. But basically, we had a lot of sub versions or 2.0 releases that were coming out, and there was a total of 23 different versions at one point in time that had 1,000 miles driven on that version. So it was kind of clouding the ability to see progress or the ability to see the data, because you just see a lot of ups and downs, and it was just a lot of data to look at. We've been using or tracking data for over 2 years now, so it's just kind of getting a little cluttered, a little messy. So I focus on kind of cleaning things up. But the other thing was there was a lot of concerns with people manipulating the data, which, to address those concerns, there's a lot of validation that goes into the manual data entry. And then for the in-car tracker, you actually have to drive and record it while you drive. So there's a lot of controls in place to prevent people from misusing it. But that still doesn't change the fact that we're still a pretty small tester group. I think we're up to 178 now. So there's still the ability for, because there's not 178 people submitting data on a daily basis. I think right now over the last week, we're at 24, 25, which is the highest that we've ever been over the last week. But there's the ability for 2 people, as an example, to influence the data one way or the other. You could have somebody submitting a drive with a lot of disengagements, or you could have somebody submitting a ton of drives with no disengagements, and it didn't fall within the median or average value across all the tester pool. And so I took a data analysis. I even had a friend of mine, Dave, his tagline is @Ski Dave. I tagged him on the post, but he looked at it independently. We both kind of looked at the data independently. And one of the trends that we were seeing was the low volume and high volume of data submitted by a tester could have an influence on the numbers. So for example, I did a road trip last summer, or maybe it was 2 summers ago, I'm sorry, where I drove 6,000 miles. That skewed some of the numbers positive because I didn't have a lot of disengagements over the 6,000 miles. So you could have something like that to where it would positively skew the data one way or the other. And then you could also have the same thing where somebody submits like 10 critical disengagements and the numbers would come crashing down by one person. So the big thing with looking at that analysis was, like I said, high volume, low volume. But then we also looked at it by version and by bin number or by tester. So now I applied trimming that takes the 10 and 90th percentile out of the data, and it doesn't eliminate from the data set because it's a dynamic calculation. So at one point, for example, I could be in the tester set of 10 to 90 percentile, but if for whatever reason, like right now, this road trip that I'm on, I could be thrown out because my numbers are higher than, basically I'm in the 90 percentile of the data. So it's
That's awesome. I mean, that's definitely a change I was hoping for. The trimmed mean is a great approach because it takes out the extremes, which are obviously not representative. There can be a lot of reasons why somebody had a great ride or a horrible ride, and what we really care about is the average and the median and the mode, etc. So the trimmed mean is great, but I would recommend is don't disclose how much are you throwing out, like whether it's 5%, 10%, 15, 20%, etc. So if there's a bad actor in the off chance, and I think you mentioned many times that you've been actually surprised how few, or if at all, bad actors there are. And now that you're getting all this tremendous amount of data, you mentioned 24, 25 testers in the last week alone, which is so much better than last year, the year before, with like a handful of people entering data. I mean, this tracker has gotten so much better in the last few months. So this trimmed mean is a big, big addition in my mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me, it's about transparency, right? So if you saw my post that I did on Sunday after I made all these updates, I want to be as transparent as possible because, one, I don't want to be hiding what is being done or how the data is being calculated. Everything needs to be transparent, unbiased, and open, so it's understandable by everybody looking at the data, what they're looking at. So I'm not ashamed or afraid to identify that I'm trimming top 10 and bottom 10 because looking at 25 testers, I mean, if I just round down to 20 just to keep it simple, you're looking at basically 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom that are getting trimmed based on the data set. So it's it makes it a little more unmanipulatable, if that's even a word. But essentially,
absolutely.
it's dynamic, so it could change even within a build. It could change, based on the reported data. So one of the concerns I had, somebody brought up yesterday evening, was that this is going to make the numbers look better. And I'm like, you have no idea. It's actually making it look lower. If you look across all the different metrics of miles to disengagement, highways miles to disengagement, critical miles to disengagement, there was actually decreases across all the metrics. But it removed a lot of the noise. Like I mentioned, that road trip last year and 2 years ago, those were causing a lot of inflated numbers or positively skewed numbers. So by trimming the top 10 percentile, it actually smoothed it out a bit, and the same thing with the bottom. But you don't see huge changes in the metrics. It's just a little bit more smoothed out, like it just normalized the data a little bit, and it also prevents future issues as well.
Great. Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, just a quick comment. I just discovered this tracker a few weeks ago and signed up and have been recording a few drives on it. But one thing I just realized listening to this conversation is I think I didn't, I downloaded 12.3.6 from 5.5, and I don't think I ever updated my my tracker, personal info. So I probably logged, a few hundred miles erroneously on version .5 versus the .6 I'm actually driving on. So that might be an improvement to make a more prominent pop-up or something on that website, so you can to remind people to update when they get software updates. Other than that, though, it's an insanely great project. I'm super impressed.
Elias.
Yeah, so I had a couple of suggestions that people have made to me after all these little changes. So one, I'm going to make like a how-to page, basically how to submit data manually, how to submit it through the in-car tracker. But for those drives that you said were on the older version, if you reach out to EV Guy Canada, the guy that made the app, he can make those adjustments if you give him very specific criteria, like a date, for example, of what you need to move over to 12.3.6, and he can update that in the database. But yeah, you would just update it as you get builds. You just keep updating it. But that how-to guide, or kind of a help page, if you want to call it that, will kind of give that info and links and information.
Excellent. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments for Elias? Please request to speak. Elias, one thing I do notice is that when people come up and refer to your tracker, they only mention the kind of the main page. But I think there's so much information in the sub charts as well in other pages. And I like that navigation column that you added on the side. What do you think is like, what are some of the charts that you like that should get more attention, but you kind of, it doesn't? What do you think, like charts that are informative, that are kind of being missed, do you think?
My favorite one, and Wes actually used one of the screenshots, is the issue tracking. So using the EV Guide Canada app, it actually tracks individual locations of events and stuff like that. So, for example, I was having persistent disengagements all over the place in the areas that I drive, whether it's going to work, going to the grocery store and whatnot. And you might have seen the post that I posted towards the end of March after I had 500 miles logged on 12.3 that basically showed all my persistent disengagements had disappeared, which is just like astonishing and mind-blowing to me. And one of the comments I kept getting was, well, how many miles did you drive on other versions? Because it's not really an apples to apples comparison. And my average, I looked, was about 2,000 miles on every version in order to get all those persistent disengagements. And if you go back and look at that chart, 11.4.7 or 11.4x is just huge with persistent disengagements, because there was a lot of lane drift and a lot of lane issues that were just all over the place in the same spot. And one of the most unique things that is, in my opinion, the most impressive thing on V12 that not too many people are talking about is persistent disengagements are down significantly. We were averaging 20 to 30% of all disengagements on major builds that were persistent, happening over and over and over and over again. And right now, out of all of 12.x or 12.3x, I think we're at 5 or 6%, which means that a lot of the use cases or issues that were persistent, that were happening all the time, Tesla basically knocked them off the list once V12 came out. And so I'm kind of excited to see that change over time and get to truly 0%, because then they're just working on unique edge cases or unique issues.
Very good. Thank you. That's insightful. Wes, what do you make of that? I know you've been focused on that, the repeatability of these engagements. Do you think it's because the car is kind of learning to avoid when there's a disengagement or something else?
So my theory is that because now that path and controls are neural nets, it's end to end. So photons into the camera sensor and control actuation of the steering wheel, throttle and brake. Is that the foundational net is now allowed to make complete autonomous decisions in the vehicle in real time. So it's reacting a lot quicker, and it's also reacting more confidently and smoothly. So what this ends up happening is that given these corner cases that people used to run into, and they were persistent corner cases, like this is a very difficult left turn because it has a big tree and it's obscured, and the heuristic controls and path planning is it'd pull out a little bit, it would lose sight of the vehicle, wasn't able to track it really well, confidence goes down. And you just see this happen over and over and over again at the same left turn. Well, now the neural net, the foundational net, is able to not only remember that there's a difficult left turn, not this unique one, but in the training set that Tesla has trained it with, it knows and can be more confident. It's like, oh, right, it's obscured and I can't track it. But when it comes back out, I'm just going to go on the path that I would normally go if there's a car that's not there. Does that make sense so far?
It does.
Yeah. So these harder corner cases become kind of normalized into just the normal driving dynamic. So, whenever we drive somewhere, we usually drive the same place over and over and over again. It's like, oh yeah, this turn, this one's really hard. Like I kind of loathe this turn. Well, every turn for it becomes kind of like the same scenario where it's just like, I have to, track all these moving objects. I have to be certain there's no moving objects coming. And then I have to be, fairly certain that when I accelerate, like I'm going to have a lot of room. And sometimes it has a little less room than others. And sometimes it kind of like shoots the gap. And it has to make kind of this judgment decision on when to go and when not to. And that's the thing that's kind of being fine tuned right now. So it's a little different than, or maybe a better way to say it is that it's a lot different than these hard intersections, because sometimes these hard intersections have like no traffic. So when it has no traffic, it should be a much better experience. Or even
Wes, sorry, I mistakenly muted everybody because there was someone requesting to speak and I really dropped it. Can you just unmute and continue, please? Sorry about that.
okay, what was the last thing you heard?
We literally just lost like one word.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. So let's see, brain fog. Where
Hard
we
intersections.
where we were normally seeing hard intersections and the heuristics were having difficulty because those were all hard coded. Now the neural nets are finding those a lot easier and more confident and much more smoother. So you're just going to see a lot better behavior. The consistency and regularity where you're seeing them over and over and over again, and I've mentioned this to Elias and several other people, is that those should only be for missing features or the weakest of features that are currently implemented or the model is currently kind of actuating for. So those are the ones that we should really, really pay attention to. And it's kind of this, anything that it doesn't do 10 out of 10 times is at a specific unique location, a specific unique maneuver at that location. That needs to be well understood because that's what's missing in the training set. It's kind of that simple.
Got it. Thank you. Scott Archer.
Hi, how's it going? I apologize if I missed this. I had to jump off while Elias was speaking. I just signed up for the FSD tracker last week. In fact, while you guys were talking, I just submitted my first data. Now, the manual process is fairly straightforward. My question, if you may be the right person, it sounds like you are, is about the auto tracker. I think that's the way to go. I wish more people would auto track it because we know Tesla is. I was just leery of security. I'm in security, I'm in IT, and Can you give me a little bit of breakdown of how your auto process works? Because I would be interested in signing up for that.
Yeah, I got that. So the auto tracker, you basically create an account, and it's separate from the other registration process. You go and put in your last 6 of your VIN, and then you put in your other settings, like your firmware settings, your version settings, your mode settings for drive modes. And after that, you just start driving. As somebody pointed out earlier, if you do get a new version, you have to go back in your settings and update the version. But it tracks the distance that you travel. So, for example, right now I'm on the highway, and I don't have to keep in my head what mileage I'm driving. The tracker is keeping track of the mileage driven. There's a button on the bottom left corner that says city or highway, depending on which mode you're in. And so if you get above 60 miles per hour, it'll start flashing, telling you to switch it. Basically, you just tap it and it toggles the highway. And then if you're going below 60, it'll do the same thing, start flashing to tell you to switch back to city. Obviously, you only want to toggle back and forth because you could be stuck in traffic on the highway, and you're still on the highway technically. But it'll automatically track your city mileage and your highway mileage automatically. So that is probably like the biggest benefit, because the manual tracker, you kind of have to track that either before or after your trip to go and put in what percent of your trip was city and what percent was highway. Whereas this thing does it automatically. So that's like the biggest benefit is tracking that distance. The second biggest benefit is going to be tracking the events. And so the app isn't tracking your actual drive, just so you know about your security concerns. It's not tracking the path that you drove. It's not tracking anywhere that you went specifically. It has the location and then the events that occurred along your drive. So, for example, if I tap a disengagement, it changes the window from the screen of the reporting options to specific categories. So if I tap disengagement, I can pick lane issue, or I can pick maps issue, or I can pick obstacle avoidance, or some other issue that I can tag. You can do the same thing with interventions, and the other categories kind of, you didn't intervene, you didn't disengage, but something happened that the car didn't handle properly. And those get recorded, and all it's just the lat long, the speed that you were moving at, and the driving condition of that event. And that actually goes into what I was just talking about with the issues tracking. Because if you record a disengagement in the same location of the same type, like Wes was talking about, it actually categorizes that. And then the next time it happens, if it's within 110 meters, it's like, hey, these two are persistent. These are the same thing. So the auto tracker isn't, like I said, tracking your drive path. It isn't tracking any of those things. The only thing it's tracking is the location when you start, so you can do the distance tracking, and then the individual events. But none of that data is shared anywhere else. It's only inside of the database, and the dashboard doesn't show any of that data except for, like I said, that issue tracking page, because it's an aggregation of those events and unique locations and unique disengagements.
So I'm actually looking at the data tracker sign up sheet for auto right now, and I see what you were describing. So I guess I'm just curious, how is it? How are you automatically collecting the data? Do you have one of the developer connections? Forgive me, I just learned about this last week, and you guys probably all know this.
Yeah, no worries. So Ian, he's from Canada, and he's amazing. Ian built this tracker on his own, and he's been hosting it for free, charging nobody nothing for this. I've recorded probably like 20,000 miles on this tracker, and even like if I have to track manually for whatever reason, like it's just like painful. Like I just want to beat my head against the wall, because his tracker has made me into a lazy tester, because it's so easy to track your data while you drive, and you just tap on the screen 1 or 2 times, and it just simplifies the tracking of it. So the mileage, like I said, is what auto tracks it. If you have an event or a disengagement that occurs, you just tap the screen basically twice. One to say it's a disengagement or intervention, and then the second one is the categorization of that event. That's it. So it just makes it really easy to report data, and you hit finish and submit when you're done, and it sends it to the database, and that database syncs with the tracker. So EV Guy Canada on Twitter and also YouTube, he's the guy that maintains that application and the database. He's had it up for almost 2 years now. June of 2022 was when he set it up. And I mean, I wouldn't do it any other way. Like tracking stuff manually, while it is probably simpler now because less events, it's still way easier to track the distance and all the events that occurred while you drive than trying to do it in your head.
I'm just curious why there's not more people signed up for this. Like, it seems like a great thing for us to do.
I couldn't agree more. I think people should sign up for TeslaFSDtracker.com.
Doing it now.
Elias said he has 25 people who entered data in the last week alone, which is amazing compared to last year, the year before. And I think as FSD take rate increases, that number will go over 100 in the next year. So I highly recommend people sign up to the license tracker. The more people enter data, the more diverse geographically, by model, by kind of weather, day, night, etc. The better, the more reliable the tracker is going to be. And I think this will also take some heat off of Tesla to disclose like public, data publicly. I mean, obviously that is the ultimate, data point that people want to see. But I think as long as Tesla is disclosing that to regulators, I don't think Tesla needs to do it publicly. And I think Elias's tracker can get there alone. And I think it's actually even better if it's distributed, diverse, kind of crowdsourced, boots on the ground kind of research as opposed to coming from the company. I think Elias's tracker could actually be even better in terms of, let's say, for investors, observers, outside of observers, etc. Elias?
Yeah, so I had an idea, and I've had two different people that gave me the idea, and I haven't gotten very far on it, but I just wanted to throw it out there maybe for a question. But basically, over the last month, again, because of V12, there's been a significant amount of traffic going on that website over the last month. And I've gone up, usage is like skyrocketing. And so one of the things I was thinking about was running Google AdSense on it to put, 2 or 3 ads on the site. And then any of that revenue generated from those views of the site, I was basically going to turn it back into almost like a weekly raffle. So my idea was that if I can generate revenue off of it, then I can put the money back. Ian, for example, I mentioned he's doing this on his own dime, and he has been for almost 2 years. So I wanted to be able to compensate him on a monthly basis for all the work and the services that he's maintaining for the tester group. But also I wanted to do kind of like a weekly raffle. So my idea was basically if you drive 100 miles in a week, currently I have a leaderboard. So if you're in the top 3, you would get like weighted a little bit higher on the raffle. If you reported those miles through the EV Guide Canada app, it would also add weight to your raffle selection process. So basically, like we have right now, 25 testers. There was 3 people in the top 3, myself, Cyberlift, and Santoro Systems. So we could be weighted higher. I'm going to exclude myself because I don't care about winning. But in the case of EV Guide Canada, if somebody reported data through EV Guide Canada and you at least had 100 miles, then you would be, like I said, weighted higher than the manual entry form. But then there would be some kind of weekly raffle, whether it's like, crypto, or maybe there's some Tesla merch or something like that. That would be pretty cool. But Google Ads has been kind of stiff-arming my request process because they focus more on blogs. And they replied back saying that my website didn't have any value, which I thought was pretty funny. So the other thing I was thinking about was maybe I could put in almost like placeholders where people could say like advertise here or something like that, and then people can request to advertise for that week, or maybe it's a month or something like that, and then that would throw that person's business or whatever ad up there. But again, all that revenue would just go back to the testers that are contributing data, and I think it would help incentivize the data submission and getting more people to join.
Yeah.
Do you have to use
I mean, I appreciate the your thinking along these lines in terms of kind of how can I grow this. Personally,
coming your way.
Personally, I'm not a huge fan of ads on websites, especially if they're placed so that it reduces quality for the user. That's number one. But having said that, I think there's a bigger problem with what you just described. And that would be an incentive for people to go out for rides if it's not natural. Let's say if somebody wants to get to like top 3 and they just went on highway rides and that's not representative of a user, kind of the average user, then I think that's a poor incentive. So I would recommend doing it in terms of like, and I'm sure you thought about these things too, but just that incentive presence alone would, I think, reduce the credibility of the data, even if it's like not doesn't play out that way. So what I would recommend is what like PayPal did when they were growing at first was they gave an incentive to like a referral, new user referral kind of thing, like Tesla does too. You know, something along those lines, I think would really go viral, or could help your website grow faster. And I think the natural growth rate is also very good too already. Like I don't even know if you need to kind of introduce these things, to be honest with you.
I feel like we broke it. I'm trying to register right now, and it just
Scott, you have to wait on mute when you're not talking.
I didn't
And
know.
raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Elias?
Yeah, the top three, I was just spitballing ideas, but to me, the random raffle and then the minimum 100 miles kind of eliminates people just trying to do an awkward amount of data or something like that. But it just makes it random and anybody can win essentially. But I think a lot of people have already contributed a ton, and I think that's the big thing in the back of my mind is that there's so many people that have either put time into collecting and reporting data, or put time into maintaining the app, or put time into just building out a survey like Edge Case. There's so many people that have contributed so much, and it's just I feel like this thing wouldn't be there without these people. And just trying to find a way to make it a little bit fun and almost gamify it a little bit, I think would help too. That's kind of the thought process, was just gamifying it a little bit. So it just I get the sentiment of not wanting to do that, but I was just trying to find ways of doing it. I like the referral idea. So it's just different ways of thinking.
Yeah. The other thing I recommend is that if you create a Patreon, people can sign up to support your work, the work that you put in. You don't have a Patreon, do you?
I don't have a Patreon. Again, I don't care about the money for me. For me, it was just about giving back. If I was able to do something that would monetize it, then I would give that back to all the other people that are contributing. Because for me, I've been doing this for free, and I will continue to do it for free because I don't care. It's like a fun side project for me. So I don't really care about that aspect.
Okay. Machine.
Also, you're going to have to set aside some funds for me because I'm the only one who's been pushing your website for the last year. It would have utterly failed to the forces of the uneducated, like the host of the space.
False.
So,
False. Lies. Again, oh my gosh, man. Just wait 5 minutes before you spread this bullshit. Anyway. Scott, did you have anything to add?
No, I'm done. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, ACDC.
Elias, just a quick question for you. So I just signed up for it myself. I think Scott had been using it manually and just signed up for the auto tracker. Is it possible for you to just give us like a 2-minute rundown on how to log into it, what the process is for engaging it?
Lies. Alive, we lost you. Machine, you came back, and all of a sudden we have connection issues. Did you know this?
I am on the X app. I've done nothing wrong.
It was perfectly fine until you came. Is this coincidence, you think, or causal relation?
Well, it has to be causal. Any correlation must be causal. You just don't know, is it X or Y that caused the other?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the space screwing up caused me to join in. Do you ever think about that?
You were doing just fine. But what do you think of? Were you here when he was talking about he's now doing trimmed means? He's taking up a certain percentage from the top and the bottom, which I think is a great deal because he's got that many data points now. He can do these
I
things.
love you, Elias. Elias, I love you. You have common sense. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. And apparently he kind of solicited one of his friends who is experienced in this data analysis, data science stuff. And I knew he wasn't talking about you when he said experienced and expert. And lo and behold, it was somebody else.
Well, in addition, I asked him for some data because I think, it doesn't need to be me, but anyone could do some t-tests or statistical significance to assess if statistically. Now he left. Unbelievable. Look at how far
No,
he's gone.
he had a connection issue, I think. So he'll be
Um,
back probably. Go ahead.
Yes,
He's driving.
if there was a actually statistical difference between different versions, right? We keep seeing the miles per disengagement changing, and a lot of people say, "Oh, you're not going to see a significant difference." And these are bulls, by the way. So everything's weird. Everything's upside down here. And I believe if you had, say, 100 people giving entries for these different versions, and if you went from 100 to 300 miles per disengagement, my guess is that would be enough for statistical significance. I think that would be useful to put on there too. Now you still have bias, obviously, but it would just show the power of the platform if you can actually say we're seeing statistical difference between these versions. That actually may help people further contribute because they see this thing's on the edge of actually providing real value. And I do believe it. I do believe it's useful. I heard you say the same thing about, of course, it's maybe best if Tesla provides this data. They could, of course, they choose not to. But in some sense, this is better, as you said, because it's independent of Tesla. It's not going to be criticized as being just a marketing piece of Tesla. So there are benefits to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when I put my phone on do not disturb, I didn't get calls before. And now I started getting calls again. What the heck? Even if it's on do not disturb, I get calls. No.
Funny enough, your ex-wife, when I come over, she puts a disturb sign on her door.
Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You had asked
What's your question?
I'm sorry?
10 words or fewer. Your question start with that question words.
Okay. I didn't have a question. I was going to talk to the statistical significance that was asked about.
Okay. Just for future reference, you stay on mute until I call. Raise your hand until I call you. But go ahead, Ferdinand.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Did not know. So I've been working with Elias for years now on this, and I did run some confidence intervals on some of the data, and we had a number of discussions on the dropping the first 10 and then the top 10 and the bottom 10%. And I can tell you that it did make a difference, and it did improve the, let's say the standard deviation came down as a result of that. But one of the things it comes down to is the number of miles that you've got, the number of entries that you have. And so as the miles per disengagement goes up, you need more data. And so if you look at like the confidence intervals of looking at 12.3.4 I looked at versus all of 12, well, all of 12 it's a lot better because you got more data. And we're definitely getting to a point where as the miles per disengagement goes up, the variation that you're going to see is going to increase. And so the way I kind of saw this is with the filtering, it's a start, and the aggregation that he has, the ability to aggregate that data in the dialogues I've had with Elias has been that at some point one like a 12.3.6 won't be relevant. You'll need to aggregate to get any kind of value out of the data because it's going to, unless we get more people putting more miles in.
Makes sense. Habib,
Did Elias explain in the beginning of the space how the FSD tracker works?
I think people generally have an idea the crowdsourced nature of the tracker, but you're welcome to ask him more specific questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this was discussed because I actually don't know much about this FSD tracker, and I can re-listen to the start of the space. I just came on if I don't want to ask redundant question, but just want to confirm one thing. Is this tracking the data from the vehicle itself, or are people going back in and then submitting data?
Elias,
So if you use the in-car tracker, the only thing that's coming from the vehicle itself is the mileage or distance traveled, but everything else is human input. So you have to either track your events, or you can do it while you're driving. There's an app that you can use while you drive that you just tap the screen in order to record an event.
So if I go on a 4 mile ride from my home and I disengage and I load this on the screen and it starts tracking my distance, the 4 mile total trip, and there's a disengagement event, is there going to be some alert that comes on the browser to ask me why I disengage, or I have to select myself? The participant has to select that on their own and voluntarily give that information.
Yeah, you have to do it on your own.
Yeah.
Elias is very to the point with his answers, so you better have 5 questions ready to go.
No, I need to think about that before I comment any further. I appreciate your effort in this tracker, though. Thank you. And I just signed up, by the way.
I'm gonna have to move Dave down. It's not necessary. Elias, we have a data scientist on the board anyway.
Yeah, sorry, my phone overheated, closed the app, and it's just like crazy. Did the other question get answered about the in-car tracker, about the sign-up process?
I don't think so.
All right, so the issue that Scott was having and the question that the other person had, if you're having issues, reach out to EV Guy Canada. You can DM him, and he can help you out. But if you're having issues with the sign up, sometimes there was an instance where you get an error, and you could just maybe try again, and it might go through. But don't do it in the in-car browser because I guess there's some problem with the redirect or something. But if you're having issues, just reach out to him. And then as far as the sign up goes, I did answer that earlier, but basically you register, you put in your car information like firmware, software version, your last 6 of your VIN. You'll actually be able to search that on the tester view on the dashboard on the community tracker, so you can see your data. But basically, it's a pretty streamlined process to where while you drive, you start a trip, it captures your distance while you drive. You can toggle back and forth between city and highway depending on which roads you're on, and it'll track the distance traveled on the city or the highway. And then you can also tap the screen based on the engagement. Basically, just tap the screen, and it will capture the event location of that disengagement. And then you categorize it like a lane issue or a maps issue or something like that. And then when you're done, you hit submit. It syncs it to EV Guy's database, and it also syncs it with the community tracker.
Machine.
One visualization you could do, maybe, I mean, depending on the sparsity of the data, is a sort of histogram, or even better, a kernel density plot, where you have, for 2 different versions, show the miles per disengagement for each input that you have from a user. And then the density estimation could kind of smooth that, so we could visually see if these 2 distributions are separated from each other, or if they're very overlapped, and we can see kind of just visually if there's significance. That just might be something to think about. Something like that.
Llama Mama.
When is Model X Plaid expected to get the latest version of FSD?
I don't think anyone on the board knows, but eventually you will get it. I don't have anything specific for you, sorry.
Okay, I thought there was a reason why I wasn't getting an answer on regular posts. I thought I'd ask the experts. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. Habib?
Elias, how are you controlling for observation bias, participant bias, sampling bias, late look bias, recall bias when asking the user to submit their data via your tracker?
I don't think Elias is on the board.
Machine.
This space is a disaster. Did he respond after I spoke, or no? Because I couldn't
Your
hear
face is a disaster.
Hey, sorry, I had to
Elias?
jump. Yeah.
anything.
I see EV Guy Canada in here, by the way. So anybody that has any questions about his app, he's in here. But anyways, to answer your question, Habib, that trimming that I mentioned that I'm doing, that's being applied now, it accounts for those kind of issues if there's outliers on the top or the bottom. Basically, it's per version, per tester, and it's dynamically calculated. So if somebody tries to submit 1,000 miles with 0 disengagements, or somebody tries to submit a drive with 100 disengagements and 5 miles, it'll account for that to ensure there's no crazy manipulations of the data like that.
So why can't somebody drive 1,000 miles and not have any disengagement? Because it's too far off of the median data point? That was what you were saying earlier?
Exactly. So if that becomes the norm, let's say we have 25 testers and 20 testers are having 1,000 miles and 0 disengagement, that is the median value. However, if the majority of the people, let's say, I'm just going to throw out a random number, are driving 30 miles to disengagement and somebody reports 1,000, that's an outlier that's way outside the norm.
But then you're going to go back and look at your outliers and statistically analyze those still, correct? Separately.
It does it dynamically. So the calculation is using percentiles in Power BI. It's called percentile X include, and it does it dynamically for each version and for each tester. So somebody today could be trimmed, but if they submit a bunch of data tomorrow, it could adjust over time. So it's not like I'm the one that's selecting it or I'm the one that's picking who gets in the top or between the 10 and 90th percentile. The data model is calculating this.
You'd see.
How many? I have some questions about the data set. How many users on average per day are reporting to the tracker, and how many miles cumulatively are added to the tracker each day?
He said about 25 entered data last week. I think it's too soon to kind of talk about per day, but weekly basis, about 24. And I posted at the top of your screens the number of entries as well by date. So that you're looking at about 50 a day, 50 entries a day. So it's much better. And you can see the progress throughout the last year or two in the post at the top. You'd see.
Oh, I guess I didn't see that graph. So does that graph correspond with like point releases? Like, is there a tendency for more data to be entered around releases and then it kind of trails off, or what does that look like?
Yeah, just scroll to the right at the top and you'll see the trend. But Elias, go ahead.
Yeah, so it definitely trends that way because people will test, especially 10.12 is the one that stands out to me the most. We were stuck on it for 3 months. And the first month there was a lot of data submitted, but then it just tapered off. 11.4 7X was another one where it tapered off. So people kind of get sick of running into the same issues over and over again. And especially like with lane drift that we had in 11.47 or 11.4, it just caused a lot of people to just kind of lose interest in driving it over time. So V12 has obviously introduced a fire into everybody to test it out experienced a new FSD, and it's obviously a lot better than V11. So we've gotten a lot more data inputs, and that's what Yaman is showing in that chart. So we've gotten more testers, we've gotten more interest. If we get stuck on a build for another 2 months, I would expect it to taper off again, just because people lose interest over time. In reporting data, you have to be consistent. It's very time consuming because you have to do it on a consistent basis.
Lincoln.
I keep trying to fill it out and it's not registering. I can't register. Getting a 50 or a 404 error.
Why did you change your profile picture?
I don't know. No good reason at all.
Did you lose your check mark?
Yep, I did now.
Well, congrats to Omar for getting his check mark back. Omar, how does it feel to be verified again?
Feels great.
Jet setter.
Hey, Elias and team, you guys doing a pretty good job of trying to get this data. But I had a question around, I mean, from an enhancement perspective, are you guys looking into potentially using the Tesla API to automatically capture the data for users? This way, I think you're going to get much more reliable and much more data for this. But I'm not sure how much the API provides today for disengagements and things like that. Just curious.
Elias.
First of all, it sounds like people are having issues. Ian, I see you're on there, but I don't know if you could maybe take a look at the sign up, or like I said, reach out to him directly if you're having issues. EV Guy Canada on X. But as far as the API goes, Tesla is not exposing the new autopilot stats through the API. They used to expose it through the API for tracking some of the things in the app and stuff like that. But they're not exposing the distance traveled or disengagements. So it just makes it very difficult unless you're using the CAN bus to collect it. It makes it very difficult to do it, automated through an API or through the car itself.
Habib.
Elias, what is the statistical power that you guys have calculated for this study?
Yes, now the p-values. He's asking p-value.
Yes.
So, okay, yeah, I haven't looked at that. One of the things I was going to do, kind of show a post and pre-change of some of the changes. I just wanted to get the dashboard updates up and running on Sunday, and I had to go on a trip yesterday and today. So I will look at those pieces and show the comparison and some of the more statistical details behind it.
Habib, why do you have to be so SAP?
It's because, Yaman, you have ruined me. This space has ruined me. I used to be nice. I used to be long-winded. I used to have great conversations. Now I yell at my kids. I ask them, what is their question? 10 words or less when they're talking to me after their bedtime. I'm very straight to the point. And that's all because of you.
Oh, you're welcome.
But, I'm just concerned about the real world applicability of this data collection. But it sounds like you're working on heading in that direction. And so I'm curious to continue to follow along. When people are quoting this data,
there's no question that the tracker is moving fast in that direction. Okay, you're not going to see the tracker today on any scientific papers. All right, but it's moving in the right direction. There's no question about that. And the more people who sign up, the more diverse the data is in terms of number of people submitting it, geographical diversity, number of miles, and all of those things help. But most important metric, I think, right now is to grow the number of people who submit data. And this is like, in my opinion, this will be helpful for Tesla. I think, in my opinion, that it will kind of reduce the heat that Tesla gets for not publicly disclosing this data. I think it will help with any sort of liability issues around it. And the more we can make this tracker robust, and kind of pay attention to those p values that Habib is talking about, I think the better it's going to be for everyone involved, except for the short sellers. Habib?
Well, why don't you think Tesla is releasing the data on their own right now?
Machine?
Because it's not close to robotaxi level, and then the public would take that as a failure, even though it's not. But I believe the public would say, look, you're at, let's just say it was similar to the beta tracker, 300 miles per critical disengagement or 1,000 miles per accident. The media would eat this up and laugh and say, you are so far away from robotaxi level that it's a joke. And this would hurt the sales of Tesla and FSD. People would be like, why would I bother with that? It's so far off. They don't know the details. So it's not in their benefit to divulge. Issues. If the time comes that FSD is close to robotaxi level, even just a trained model that hasn't been deployed yet, if I was Tesla, I would be screaming to the top of my lungs, we have a model that's as good as humans. At that point, I would be very vocal about it. So when Tesla starts being very vocal about it, then we know, it's legit.
Yeah. So I actually agree with that, but I would further say that this FS
I don't know. You have people, Wes doesn't have critical disengagements. Some people have a lot. So it's all over the place. But I'm not going to I can't focus on the absolute level as much because we have to try to adjust for all these factors that you probably agree with. But I'm just going to look at the trends. And if it's trending up 3x or 10x from a previous version, then I know it's improved a lot. So I think we need to focus a lot on that.
but they only have 25 people signed up last week. There's not enough people to talk about trends at all right now. I'm sorry. You need thousands of people signing up. Then we can talk about trends.
People, only 25 people have entered for V12.
You don't need
25
thousands
submitters?
of people.
In the last, no, hold on. 25 in the last week alone.
Yeah, that's not cumulative.
You don't need thousands of people. You just need a well-representative sample that is consistent. But I mean, disengagements per mile is already extremely noisy in and of itself, even if you could measure it perfectly. Then there's layers and layers of noise added on through this process, right, of the community tracker. So we're really looking at, noise on noise. It's really an estimate and an oversimplification of what's going on with the entire system. For example, let's say that the model got better and it can now go into parking lots and you can now, use summon and that kind of thing. And you see interventions per mile go up. But the city streets, intervention per mile has actually gone down. But because there's now this new domain, you're now seeing more interventions where, it previously wasn't used before. So it's not always as simple as just kind of, one number that's going up or down. The thing isn't even, feature complete yet. They're going to be adding reverse. There's all kinds of variables with weather, seasonality, where you are, so on and so forth. Is this, if, for example, if people are biased towards reporting when the version's new, then and they're going to report less when it's mature and probably performing better all of these things kind of, play in. So obviously we just kind of accept that it's not going to be, there is sort of noise in the process, but you can still get a sense of the trend just by, sort of polling people. And you don't need thousands and thousands of people. But if it really is getting to the point where across the country it's a 1 in a million mile per disengagement, then even polling a small group of 20 to 100 people, you should be able to see that in their responses.
Sawyer, do we have news?
I was just going through the Rivian earnings.
Yeah, the stock is down 5% after hours. Rivian stock is down 5% after hours. Anything pop up at you at the beginning?
Not really. I mean, the revenue basically was in line with expectations. CPS maybe a little bit worse than expected. Adjusted EBITDA loss was about 800 million. Rivian lost just under $39,000 per vehicle delivered in Q1, which is a slight improvement from 43,000 in Q4, but still quite in the red. But
And what's the
I'm digging
operating
through.
margin?
I got to look through.
Yeah, I don't think they actually show operating margin, which is interesting to me always.
Yeah.
So maybe if you can talk about while others talk. Thank you so much, Sawyer. Habib?
The FSD miles driven tracker, how's that tracking miles, Omar?
Well, it's not tracking miles. It's just simply looking at the last disclosed number of miles and the last rate of miles added and just doing a linear extrapolation. So it's just an estimate based on the last data we have.
Elias, do you see that your miles driven is in parallel to the FSD miles tracker?
I don't think so. I think it really depends on people and their driving patterns. Like I know, for example, Kaz, he was working another job and he didn't drive for a little bit, but now he's going back to his ride share driving, so he's been driving a ton. Some people tend to drive more in the summer, so I think some of that influence is based on people's driving patterns. We haven't seen like a huge, like exponential increase like we've seen on the miles driven for FSD like we have.
Thanks.
Here's
Thanks
what
for
we have
answering
to
some of those
do
questions.
if we want to get some good data, like some really good data. We have to actually build a device that just hooks into the CAN bus or just uses computer vision or, audio recognition and can just sort of automatically log how many times people disengage it. Obviously, there'd be all kinds of noise in there, like people just disengaging because they want to, but we could possibly have people mark reasons after the fact, or even just, with that noise in there, if it's improving, you'd still broadly expect to see disengagements go down over time, even, with that noise of people electing to disengage it. So kind of like raw CAN bus logs where people don't have to do anything and it just kind of, pulls those APA engaged, disengaged events. That could be interesting because it could really give you a mass of people who don't have to do that much work to participate.
That's great. Elias, do you think we can make that happen if Omar maybe helped out a little bit?
I mean, I'm not a software developer, but I don't know how much work it would take to build a device that does that. And then, I'm pretty sure it's not free. And then the other aspect of it too is the people using it would then have to pay to, get the device and also track their data as well. So there's just a lot of pieces to that. And my approach has been to keep this as easy and as free as possible. Obviously, at some point that may not work anymore, but at the same time, I do realize that it does take a lot of work to collect the data, and it's not that easy, and that's what's been a barrier for some people. So that's okay too. And I think I don't think we need to get 10,000 testers reporting data into this thing to really show progress. We've been able to track progress over the last 2+ years, and even with a small pool of testers from a dozen to now we're at like 25 plus over the last week. Like it's grown over time, and it's still pretty consistent that we can see when there's a regression or when there's actually progress.
I mean, if someone were to be able to know when Tesla's hit that inflection point before the market does, they could potentially get rich. So this could
Okay.
be extremely valuable information to the public and also to ourselves.
Absolutely. I think at some point I agree. The fact that it's being inputted by humans is just error prone, and that does reduce all else equal the credibility of the tracker. So if you can make it automated, like Omar, maybe if Omar can help and make it easy for people to adopt, etc. too, and keep it free still, then that would be great. So just a quick couple of notes from Rivian results. The negative free cash flow was $1.5 billion in the quarter. And this is in line with our estimates going into it, between $1 to $2 billion negative free cash flow. So it's right in the smack middle of it. Adjusted EBITDA non-GAAP, $798 million negative. Cash and cash equivalents came in at $7.8 billion, down from $9.4 billion 3 months ago. So that's a drop of about $1.5, $1.6 billion. $1.5 billion exactly, quarter over quarter, in line with the negative free cash flow. Let's see what else. Operating expenses, R&D dropped from 526 million in the last quarter to 460 million this quarter. SG&A went up from 449 to 496. So that's an increase of about 10% quarter over quarter of SG&A expenses. And I do recommend people watch the operating margin, not the gross margin, in the coming quarters. So, you anything else?
Yeah, one thing was they saw a massive increase in demo drives, 91% increase versus Q4 of last year. And I suspect that's just because the launch or the introduction of the R2 unveiling, but interesting. Getting more butts
Yeah.
and seats.
Yeah, I hope it plays out for them. I published an article about this earnings preview, and I said, watch the operating margin, number one, and I also compared R1S to EV9 spec by spec. Rivian Bulls tell me that EV9 and R1S are not in the same class, that EV9 is not going to eat into R1S sales. So we disagree on that point. I guess that's an open debate. But if Rivian continues to lose cash at this pace, okay, right now they have $7.8 billion left. I believe they need $3 billion minimum cash to run operations smoothly. So that gets you 4.5 billion, 4.8 billion excess cash. That means they have 3 quarters left. Okay. So by the end of the year, they may run into liquidity issues. If they're really involved in this space, they want to argue otherwise, come up to speaker board, defend your company. But you're welcome to, I welcome all diverse opinions on this, whether from the speaker board or listeners. You're welcome to come up. Michael?
Yeah, so on the Rivian point, I have a point for Elias as well, but on the Rivian point, when do you think, if this is the case, when do you think they would have to disclose going concern?
I think it's coming close. I wouldn't be surprised if it shows up in this 10Q.
So it could be not disclosed in the quarterly letter, but disclosed later in the 10Q.
Well, it's an SEC thing, so it's an accounting term. Companies, I don't think, are even required to publish investor letters or hold earnings calls or anything like that. So it's really the SEC filing that matters. So we'll see. I'm looking at the stock price action after hours. It's now flat. It was down about 3-4%. It's now flat. So, this is just a preliminary look at the results. That's all it is. Omar?
Yeah, it seems like they have about 4 to 6 quarters of cash left. If you just divide their cash and cash equivalents by their net cash used in operating activities for the quarter, it gets you to about 6. But you have to also remember that they're ramping up their R2 vehicle. So there's probably going to be more CapEx related to that in order to get that out and actually be a revenue generating product. We know how challenging that can be in this environment. The market for EVs is generally, very competitive right now. Cybertruck is ramping. there's a chance their sales could deteriorate further this year. They're keeping production flat. So really, they've got about 4 to 6 quarters left, and obviously, you don't want to wait until you're out of cash to raise. That puts you in a desperate position. So we're really looking at between 2 to 3 quarters from now, they're going to have to raise. So there's a raise coming up this year.
I appreciate that view. I don't think they have 46 quarters. I think it's more of a 3-quarter thing, 2 to 3 quarters. And I think they tried. This is just my opinion, not a fact. Okay. In my opinion, they probably tried after this latest R2 event. They had all the investors in a room, put out R2, put out R3, and they probably tried. So I'm going to be looking on the earnings call, any change in tone from management, who was very confident about R1S sales. Okay. Demand for R1S. They even highlighted resale values for R1S. And when I look at bringatrailer.com, the resale values of R1S started declining again to 78, 75 to low $70,000 range after hovering above $80,000 when RJ made those comments. So I'm curious to see what they're going to say about demand for the R1S. They also pulled back their capex guidance for the year. They're trying to minimize everything. They do everything they can to keep the company going. But I'll be surprised if they start spending capex on R2 anytime soon. I think it's just a matter of trying to keep R1S sales going and raise capital if they can, and then we'll see. Omar, then Michael.
Yeah, I think you're right. That probably would be a better strategy, but there really is an impetus now to get R2 to market. They've pushed it very heavily. They've launched it, they've put it out into showrooms. I've seen people on X going to see it, sit in it. And I mean, it really offers a lot of the value proposition of the R1. It's better in some ways, right? 2 glove boxes instead of 0, right? And it's half the price. So not only are they competing with the Cybertruck and other EVs in the market, but they're also Osborning themselves a little bit. And they need to have this massive capital outlay and all this effort to really get this product ready. But I think a lot of those customers who are looking at an R1, which is really, I think had an average selling price of $90,000, are looking at this thing with an average selling price of $45,000, and it's looking pretty attractive to them. So they generated about $1.2 billion of revenue in the first quarter. If that were to fall by about, 25%, 50%, something like that, due to Osborning, especially as they talk more about the product, that would obviously, have a material impact on cash flows as well.
Yeah. So I think this is a great opportunity with so many people in the space. We have about 700 people in the space right now. Many Rivian investors in the space. This is an opportunity to highlight that you need a CEO who will come in and slash costs early and big when needed. Doing too little too late is not enough. Okay, there are hundreds of EV companies that tried and failed. And you need somebody in charge who's going to take the heat, to lay off whatever needs to be done to take the heat. It's not an issue of money. Rivian raised just as much cash as Tesla raised. There are no shortage of money in the world. There's no shortage of ideas in the world. There is a shortage of CEOs who will come in and take the heat when needed. Michael?
Okay, great. I wanted to make a comment on the previous topic to Elias, that a good benchmark for where it would be good to land in terms of number of testers would be Tesla's validation fleet size, which they said on the last quarterly call is hundreds. And then as a stretch goal, perhaps it should be as big as their employee test fleet, which is around 2,000 cars. that with the first version that they send to employees goes to around 2,000 employees. So if we could get to hundreds, that would be good. So I think the referral idea is a great idea to do that. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is a question to the group is, have you guys seen Elon's comment around 1 in 10,000 distance driven is an intervention now, or is useful for training? And then he talked about interventions. I wonder what that translates to in terms of miles to intervention and how that compares to the tracker.
Well, I had a comment about Rivian.
Yeah, do the Rivian first.
I think the obvious next step for RJ Scaring, I don't even know how you say his name, is simply to acquire a space flight company, then a social media company, maybe like Google Plus or something, and then ask his shareholders for $50 billion, and then start pumping a little Rivian Lego like bot that they have, because that would be the best they could do, like a little Lego one. Those little electric motors they can spin around, and that would lead them to a path to success.
Sawyer, anything else from the report?
No, not really. Not a great report, though.
Pennington.
Can we talk about FSD for a second?
Of course.
So my question is, what are the ultimate tests about the quality of the software be the conversion of free trials into subscriptions? So on that, I'm just wondering, with people with large feeds and even people who are just listening to this space, do you guys get any sense of what percentage of people who got the free trial are actually converting that into either paying the $8,000 or the $99?
Good question. Sawyer maybe the one to answer that last part. Sawyer, do you have a sense of conversion rates?
For what? I had to pop out and pop back in.
The subscription.
Well, there's still some people that haven't even gotten the free trial yet because they're on their older software branch. A lot of people's free trials are just ending now. So I do plan to put out a poll in the coming days just to see how many people are actually converting over to the $99 a month price, but I'm not sure off the top of my head what the conversion rate is.
Pennington, what was the other part of your question?
No, it was more of a preface to that. It was just, what are the ultimate tests about the quality of the software be how many people are actually opting in on that software? So we obviously the trackers and everything is helpful, but ultimately it doesn't just come down to, at least for right now until autonomy, whether or not people think this is good enough to justify the expense. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, I think this is very much a question of does the process matter or the results matter? I think they both matter, right? So obviously, so many factors play in. You have to put yourself on mute when you're not talking. Obviously, so many factors play into the ultimate purchase decision. And, anything from, the sentiment around Tesla or Elon to the stock price to interest rates, all of those things matter, right? But focusing on the fundamentals of how the software works, right, as is developing it, understanding the AI concepts around it, I think allows you to kind of just understand the long-term future of the software better and kind of filter out the noise around the signal. So that's why we have 99% of the time, we're talking about the fundamentals of the software, and the results will get there eventually. Lenka, welcome. How are you?
Hi, thank you so much.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just, wanted to share with you the latest news about Cybertruck being in Moscow.
Okay, so how many Cybertrucks do we have in Moscow now?
We have only one, actually. The first one got there last week, but they are saying that there are a few Cybertrucks staying at the Lithuanian border, waiting to get in. But we got the first one end of last week.
Okay, great. Any other details around it?
Yeah, the process is actually quite interesting. I suppose here many people know, but Western cars, cannot be now supplied to Russia. It's very limited. So the journey was very complicated. It went from the US by plane to Europe, from Europe to Belarus, and from Belarus now he was driving actually the car to Moscow, and it was going through all the customs. So it was pretty expensive journey, but the owner is Alexei Yeremchuk. Someone maybe might know him because he's the founder of the Moscow Tesla Club since 2012. So he's the first owner there, and he was saying he wants to actually ship more Teslas, more Cybertrucks, and he was sort of advertising it there. Um, he don't want to be specific on the price, and sort of the journalist who was interviewing was like, but there is a wait list for Cybertrucks. How will you do that? And he's like, well, we have connections, but I don't want to talk about that. So I don't know how it really is, but yeah, they seem to be starting to ship it over. And of course, in Russia now, because of the sanctions and the war, they get more cars from China. I was looking at the statistics, and it went from 10% to 60% Chinese sales of cars in Russia. So it jumped a lot, and they have the electric ones such as Zeekr, or I think they mentioned Rivian too.
Okay, so this is your first time speaking, right? And as I understand it from outside the interactions with you, you are focused on reporting on Russia, right? Can you give us a few sentences on your background, please?
Yeah, of course. So I work as a journalist. I worked at the UN in New York. I cover for Russian news, and I mainly focus on politics, on the UN. But right now I'm for like 2 months in Austin, and of course you cannot avoid not paying attention to Tesla, because it's really everywhere around here. You see Cybertrucks quite often. You see Teslas all the time, and I even was lucky enough to try the latest FSD. So that was very, very interesting.
Okay, good. So we're always looking for people to contribute their expertise areas into the space, especially around Tesla. So you can be our eyes and ears around Tesla in Russia, or you said Cybertruck for Cybertruck delivery in Russia. So anything that you see that's material and new around Tesla, you're welcome to request to speak and share the news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
if I can just add, maybe someone could find it interesting. They were asking the Russian guy, how much he thinks the Tesla Cybertrucks will cost in Moscow or in Russia, given that they have to ship it, and he said around $215,000. That in about 3 to 6 months there might be the cost.
Okay, thank you. So, do we have any rumors or news around Tesla starting to deliver or the Cybertruck for other countries outside the US?
No, just US for now, or North America rather.
Okay. All right. I mean, obviously, this thing is going to be very popular across the world. I mean, everywhere Cybertruck goes, whether it's China or Russia or any other country where we've seen it, there's a lot of people around it. It's going to be eventually very popular across the world, but there's no specific news right now for it to be delivered. All right, Machine.
Yeah, Lenka, I had a question. Do you know if Vladimir Putin has been offered a ride in an FSD beta vehicle? I believe I talked to Omar, and he's willing to offer his vehicle to Vladimir if they both sit in the back seat blindfolded going down the most dangerous road in the world.
Blanca, did you hear that?
I actually, for some reason, didn't. Do you mind sharing that?
Machine is trying to get Putin to try FSD. Do you think that's possible? Can you arrange that for us?
Festi, you mean like? Sorry, can you elaborate on what is that?
He's just joking. That's really all it is.
No, but
All right.
you know, try making Putin to do anything is very difficult. It took Tucker Carlson 3 years to arrange that interview, so it's not
Yeah, but
very.
you're the expert. You're our Russian expert. You can't do this in 2 years, right?
Yeah, 2 years. I don't know if he wants to talk to Russian journalists. To be honest, I think he prefers the Western ones. For us, it's even harder.
ACDC.
Lenka, what did you think of FSD and how practical do you think it would be or how useful in Russia?
Oh, thank you. That's a great question. You know, I have to admit, I was driving there just about 15 or half an hour actually. I personally enjoyed it very much. It was definitely something very unexpected, and it was close to perfect. Although, you know, there were a few interventions, especially at the parking lot. So it happened that it was not able to find the parking space, or you know, put it on the map as an option here in Austin. And but otherwise it was very good. I was surprised that it always wanted to drive in the left lane, you know, when there was like an option to drive left or the right lane. It always picked the almost always picked the left lane, although we were like, you know, turning left most of the time. But it was sometimes it was even when we were turning right. And yeah, that was very interesting, but it was overly cautious, which is good. You know, I'm also a cautious driver. I got my driving license recently, so it was like sort of me. And then I was just wondering, like, would it stop, you know, when a dog or a cat would like jump in front of it? But I was told recently by a specialist that it would even stop if a turtle would be on the street. So that was good. And Russia, you know, Russians, they like Western products. They think they're very cool, and even despite what's going on, they always enjoyed Russia, like Western products. And you know, for Russian people or Slavic people, like car and a watch, it's like huge accessory, and it's very important for, especially for men, to actually have very good car and very good watch. So I personally think that it will be a hit. If in terms of FSD, to be honest, I don't know how, you know, I suppose as well, but hard to say because the Chinese cars are selling pretty well as far as I understand.
Okay, great. Let's go back to talking about FSD. Actually, on Cybertruck, one more question from Alphabet in the replies. Sawyer, this question's for you. He's asking, are we past week 1 reservation holders for Foundation Series invites?
I would think so. I don't think more than a few thousand went out that first week, and we're obviously well over 4,000 in production so far. So yeah, I would think so.
Okay, great. Nick?
Hi. Yes, I wanted to add in regards to FSD. You know, I own multiple Teslas, and you know, if there's gonna potentially be a subscription option, like for your account, so it's not a subscription per vehicle, but you know, if I have multiple vehicles, you know, I'm honestly looking at something like that, um, potentially because you know I do split driving between vehicles, but having to subscribe twice, you know, that's where I'm wondering if there may be a potential option for that in the future.
Sawyer?
I don't think your questions are going through. You keep dropping off.
Omar?
Oh, basically, I was asking for FSD. It's $99 for a month for one vehicle, but if we own multiple vehicles, is there a subscription option that we could utilize for all the vehicles on our account? That's something I was more looking at to see if they may have a subscription per my account, and then all the vehicles on my account could utilize that.
Omar?
Yeah, just going back to Rivian earnings, it's pretty interesting just looking at their P&L. So they almost doubled revenue from $661 million to $1.2 billion this year, but their gross profit was only $8 million less than of a loss compared to last year. And then they ended up posting a net loss and an operating loss that was actually larger than last year. So even though their revenue doubled, they lost more money than last year. And Sawyer, I think, posted a tweet where he said the COGS loss per vehicle was what was it, Sawyer?
Just under 39,000.
Yeah, and like Tesla's average COGS per vehicle is like 36,000 or less, right? So they literally have a Tesla worth of cost to cut out of this vehicle to get it profitable. They have to cut out like a whole Model 3 or Model Y worth of parts, which is kind of crazy. It's basically never going to be profitable, the R1 platform.
Mario?
Would you say it's probably due to ASP, Omar's?
I don't know. I
No,
mean, I'm
no,
sure
it's not. It's not
pricing
because of that.
pressure.
It's not because of that. They cost as much as a Model S, Model X. Okay, it's because they don't have leadership that will cut cost.
Yeah, I mean, this is just gross cost, right? And RJ said they were going to get to gross profit positive by the end of the year. This is Q1 and they're losing almost $40,000 per vehicle. So how exactly are they going to cut $40,000 of cost out of the vehicle without compromising the vehicle and compromising sales? And then, you look at this company, right? And they've got, $6 billion in cash. They got a net loss of almost 1.5 billion, and they've got a market cap of 10 billion, right? So how do you even structure the financing around this? Do you do debt or do you do equity with the market cap where it is? Obviously, shareholders are not going to like the dilution. So it's a pretty challenging situation to even figure out how to raise in this environment, honestly. And, with interest rates where they are, debt isn't going to be cheap either.
They can't do that. They can't. The best they can do is either equity or convertible notes or whatever, but that's also equity, really, in a way. They can't do non-dilutive without any cash flow.
I mean,
There's
how
no
much could they
improvements.
raise in an
No.
equity offering? Enough to keep them
Well,
going for another quarter or two? Like,
I don't think so.
What's crazy is that Rivian's ASP, average selling price, is higher than Lucid's is. Pretty weird.
yeah, crazy. What are the ASPs for both of them?
Well, at least in Q4, it was 94,000 for Rivian and then 90,000 for Lucid.
Yeah, let's see what they are for Q1 now that both are out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if any Rivian bulls in the space are welcome to request to speak, and just let us know if we're missing anything here. JT.
Hey guys, as an all-in Tesla investor, I have to say just by experience about FSD, customers or people that drive Tesla FSD for the very first time without zero experience, generally, this is my personal experience, have a bad experience because they don't know how to correctly, hold the steering wheel, how to override when the warning is gonna kick you out. And yeah, if you don't know what to expect, you generally don't like it. So my ask for everyone that has FSD is, when you go or when you share that with somebody, drive it first. Let them know how it works. And those customers that have Teslas that get that free trial will then wanna keep it because in many cases, let me tell you, personal experience, once again, they don't like it and they don't want to subscribe to it.
Or tell them to go into the Tesla tutorials app and play the FSD video. That'll help them a lot too.
It's lit. Go ahead.
I had to agree with JT. So I was traveling to LAX again this week and was in an Uber with a Model Y FSD. And as soon as he had to change lanes or that, he would struggle for the steering wheel. And obviously, we had a language barrier. So I was trying to explain him how it works, but he just kept saying, stupid, it doesn't work, stupid doesn't work. So I feel like Tesla should probably do some educational videos in different languages to help out with that. But I see the struggle with people not really understanding and be able to trust it fully. I mean, I trust it, so I tell them how to operate it, but only when I can get through it. So.
So when do you think Tesla will deliver the first cyber-respectable $100,000 price?
This goes back to like how many foundation series we think they're gonna build. I got DM today, like 2 more people got invited to spec their foundation series. So we're like 6 months into these invites going out. Who knows how many rounds there have been. So I think Tesla's just gonna try to squeeze out as much, gross margin as they can out of these. I don't think we'll see under 100K. Certainly not in Q2, maybe Q3 or Q4, but I think Tesla's just going to keep building as many foundations as they can, as they should. It's better for them financially.
Thank you. EV Guy Canada, did you have anything to say?
Hey there. Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so hello everyone. So yeah, I'm the guy that built the in-car little dashboard thing for tracking disengagements, and I just wanted to let you know, I heard somebody was having trouble signing up. I just put a little thing in there that'll dump any errors. So if somebody's having a problem signing up, let me know. Just reach out to me, DM me on X, and let me know an error that you're getting. But I can see people are able to sign up. Like a couple of people have just recently signed up, so not sure what the error was, but just let me know. And yeah, if you have any feature requests and stuff, let me know. I don't spend a lot of time on this. This thing kind of grew out of kind of by accident. I was doing my own little YouTube channel, and I just wanted something that I could use to track disengagements when I was doing my own testing. And then Elias reached out to me, and he's like, "Hey, that's cool. Maybe we could get it to do this and that." And so I just kind of geeked out on it, and we did that, and that's how we share it to Elias and his tracker. So if anybody has any questions, let me know.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. I think TeslaFSDTracker.com is turning into something very special. I think it's going to be very beneficial to customers, investors, and Tesla itself as well, and the public in general. So, I mean, in any way people can help you, don't hesitate to request to speak in the future and come up and ask for help. We have a lot of extremely smart people in the space. So thank you so much. Mario?
I've got a couple of questions for EV Guy Canada, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, how it works, just the basics?
It's a little bit of bubble gum and duct tape mostly, but no, it's pretty basic, really. I don't have access to anything in the car. Just so everybody knows, it's literally just a web-based app. It runs in the browser. It doesn't connect to anything. It's just using GPS is the key. So it's all JavaScript based. So as it's running, as soon as you start your drive, it just starts logging the GPS position that you're in from sort of over time. And so I just have, a little time point, and I do a little algorithm that calculates your speed based on based on your change in GPS position. And that's really about it as far as logging exactly the speed and location of your disengagements and errors. And so I've got a back end, obviously, database that feeds to it. All gets saved locally. I don't know how much people really care about the nerdy part. You don't need to be connected to the internet the whole time you're driving, because it's using local storage to store all of those little things. So it's as long as you're connected when you start and you're connected when you end, then you're fine. Other than that, it's running locally in your browser the whole time, and just using GPS and then any of the screen presses that you put in. That's pretty much it.
And is it automatically tracking disengagements?
No, you have to track them. So, like I said, there's nothing automatic, because this doesn't connect to any of the system in the car, right? This is just the fact that Tesla puts a browser in the car that you can open while you drive is what enabled me to do this, right? So, if they didn't do that, then we'd have to go another way. And there are a lot of other ways we could do that. I am a developer, but I haven't gotten into the point of, I've thought about looking at little Bluetooth trackers you can put on the ODB thing, or you can directly connect to. They've got a whole bunch of they got a series of different CAN buses that they send data over in the car, and there are ways of connecting to that and monitoring the data. There may be a way to do that and have it log automatically, but I haven't put the time and energy and resources into doing that, because main hesitation is the amount of time I'd have to do, to put in to figure that all out. And then also it means people who want to track would have to buy some hardware. The simplest solution I doubt would work, which would just be the simple Bluetooth thing that works on the ODB connection. But my guess is they don't feed enough data there. We could test it and see, because that would be a $15 piece that people could use. And then we'd have to build apps for either the iPhone or Android, and that could work. So conceivably it's there, but my guess is it's not. My guess is you're going to have to tap directly in. So there would be, a custom piece of hardware, would be a bunch of work and installation, and just people aren't going to do it, right? It's hard enough to get people to bother to log in, register, and track it in the browser, and it's really easy. I mean, anybody who's used it has said it's been really, it's pretty easy to use. But it's not bulletproof. I haven't put, hours and hours of testing into it or anything. It was just a side pet project. So, but yeah, so that's a long answer to no, it doesn't track automatically.
That's awesome. Thank you. And if you want to track user behavior and errors, I recommend Datadog. Really simple to implement. And AWS also has a RUM product now called I forget the name of it, but it's real user monitoring, and you can see when there's errors, see the actual user behavior.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of monitoring stuff I could put in. I just honestly haven't taken the time.
Okay. Scott Archer. Scott, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Elias.
Yeah, I just want to add in there that Ian is absolutely amazing. He's built this app from the ground up. He's made a lot of modifications. I know it's, gotten a lot of good feedback from the community, but if you guys have feedback for him, just, message him, reach out to him. He's been very communicative with me. He's been a very great partner in this, and I'm at least at half of my drives now with his app. Most of the first half was because I was doing it manually, and I wouldn't record data any other way. His app is absolutely easy to track stuff, and I appreciate all of his efforts and continued efforts. But he's really, a great person. Like I said, reach out to him if you have any ideas or feedback.
Perfect. Well, you guys better be ready for a lot of people signing up. I'm telling you, this is going to turn into hundreds of people adding data per day in just a few months. Like the growth that you see so far is, I don't think it's going to, I think it's going to accelerate, because the EV take rate FSD take rate hasn't been increased just yet. And EV sales are not, any sort of majority of sales or anything like that. So Tesla sales will grow, FSD take rate will grow, popularity of your website will grow. Just wait until your data gets cited, like Troy's data got cited once in, I think, Wall Street Journal or New York Times article. at that point, we better be ready for like 10x type of traffic increase. You know what I mean?
Should be able to handle it.
Good. Love the confidence. Any other questions for TeslaFSDTracker.com folks? Please request to speak. Please follow Elias Martinez and EV Guide Canada to kind of keep tabs on the data and see how you can help. Reach out to them and ask how you can help. For a response. Okay, great. Is Scott Archer able to speak? I think he's having some connection issues. Do you guys hear him?
I'm not muted. I'm sorry. It was the
Okay, there you go.
FSD track. I had the FSD tracker up, and it wants you to leave it up. So I didn't come back. So I just was going to say it's actually really easy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm out.
Okay. And Scott earlier said he was having issues, but then he said later on he was able to figure it out and he picked a different username and it worked. Right, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
I'll bring up just one issue. He said that the tracker wants you to keep it up. There is a limitation that if you minimize the browser while you're driving for a long period of time, it does keep the data, but sometimes you'll have to log back in, and that's just how Tesla is managing the browser in the system. And a lot of apps in the Tesla itself actually use the browser. So there's certain things like if you go to Spotify and stuff like that, it will take over the browser, which is, I think that's why it forces you to log out. So that is one inconvenience for sure of the way this system works, is that you really kind of need the browser up as much as possible. If you only reduce it for like 30 seconds or something, come back, generally you're fine. But if you have it off the screen for a while, you'll often have to refresh or log back in. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do on my end to help that.
All right, thank you. So I just got tagged on European Teslas are finally on V12 and doing great. Did you see this? I pinned it at the top.
Yeah, so someone showed me the video. What they show is autopilot is active. It looks like it uses some of the latest like V12 visualizations, but it's not actually, FSD supervised version 12.
Perfect. Great. Thank you for the clarification. That's great. Live. All right. Let's see what else is new. Dave Wolf says Starship 30 is getting frosted down at Starbase, prepping for a 6-engine static fire before integrated test flight number 5. Okay. We talked some Cybertruck, we talked some FSD, we talked FSD Tracker, we talked about Rivian results. Let's see, Dave Wolf is coming up to give us an update on SpaceX Starship. Let's hear that real quick. Before that, Harvinder, go ahead.
Hi, question for Sawyer. In my opinion, I think Rivian is a sinking ship. So how long do you think is going to stay afloat? Somehow they managed to lose a little less money compared to the last quarter.
Well, so they made some big upgrades to not only their lines, but it sounds like some product upgrades this quarter. So next quarter, we should see some improvement in the gross profit or net loss rather per vehicle built or delivered. Having said that, they're losing 13% of their cash pile every quarter roughly. And they're down to 7.8 billion, I think, in cash and cash equivalents. So they're going to have to do something by the end of the year to get more cash, whether that's raising debt or whatever they want to do. I think Rivian shareholders are not going to be too happy about any dilution, just considering how low the market cap already is. But I think they're just going to have to eat it. There was some rumors last night from DigiTimes about Rivian potentially partnering up with Apple on something. They didn't specify what that would be. There was like rumors about maybe Apple buying Rivian. I don't see that happening. This is as much as like Apple spent $10 billion, $1 billion per year on trying to build their own EV. They're not the type of company to go out and spend $10 billion on Rivian. They just don't make large acquisitions. That's not their style. And Rivian's like right now a really cash intensive business, which I feel like is something Apple would not want to do right now. So I think it's going to be a tough road ahead for Rivian. They say they can get to gross margin positive by the end of the year. After these numbers today, I'm quite skeptical of that. They only got like 2 quarters or so left. But I wish them well because I think they have a great product.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any tone change in today's call. I'll listen to it later after this call. And last time I heard about it was, but anyway. Dave, go ahead.
– Sorry. Yes. Hey. So yeah, I just posted that about Starship. This may be the one of the last Starship static fires we'll get to see. We'll continue to get to see super heavy static fires where they fire all 33 engines, but this suborbital pad is not long for this world because of the new orbital launch mount going in. But anyway, and yes, it's ship 30. Ship 29 is touted for Flight 4 coming up here in a couple weeks.
Thank you, Dave.
Sure. Bye.
Always welcome to come up to speak or give us an update on Starship or SpaceX in general. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Let me go to Sawyer's page and see if there's another news I want to ask him about.
I just saw that Reuters updated their headline that Tesla was shutting down their Giga Berlin factory from 4 days. I posted something about it, and the senior director of manufacturing at Giga Berlin, Andrea, he said it was 1 day. So Reuters has since updated their article headline to say 1 day.
Good. Michelle?
So there was this like 5G thing today from Berlin, and yeah, it was like the previous hack. They would update the Teslas in factory mode was to have like the Wi-Fi be some sort of mesh network, so the car would update its neighbors. But now it's a solid commercial 5G, and that's one of the things 5G lets you do. You don't have to be a phone provider to put up your own antennas. You have the right permits, and you can have your own cell tower, and that's also inside and outside. So I've seen it in warehouses or other like complex big buildings. They will like you'll always see the company devices will have perfect phone reception everywhere in buildings or mines or stuff like that.
Thank you, Michelle. So when we were talking about Rivian's cash, people mentioned different numbers, and I want to explain why that's happening because this is a teachable moment. Okay. So if you look at Rivian's balance sheet, there's a line item called cash and cash equivalents. Okay. That's $5.979 billion. So $6 billion of cash and cash equivalents. All right. And then right below that line on the balance sheet, it says short-term investments. And that's 1.879. So together, you're looking at $7.8 billion. Okay. Now we're making an assumption that those short-term investments are, they can liquidate it into cash in a very short notice, and so that's an assumption. But that's probably a very safe assumption. So those, I'm guessing, those are treasury bills with a maturity of less than 1 year. So Rivian, if needed, can sell those. It's a very treasuries are a very liquid market. They're pretty much a cash equivalent, really. So, but in accounting terms, they're not. In accounting terms, the only thing that's cash equivalent really is money market funds. So those would be very short-term treasury securities, like a month, 2 months maybe. And CDs would be, I think CDs are short-term investments. So in any case, for our purposes, it's okay to refer to both of those combined as cash. Okay? So that's where the $78.8 billion is coming from. Thank you, David Hamilton, for pointing that out. Any other questions about Rivian's income statement, cash flow, balance sheet, product comparison? I think it's very important to understand these things so that when there is misinformation out and about, you can address these things very quickly. That it doesn't kind of spiral out of control. It doesn't spread. Another person that's, I think, very good about these things is ACDC, that's on the board right now. ACDC is experienced about financial statement analysis. You can ask him as well. There are others in the community, obviously, very experienced about these things. But I think just having had the education in finance and financial statement analysis is not by itself alone enough. I think somebody also needs to be very kind of like data oriented, mindful about how they communicate these things. So I think ACDC does a great job. So you can follow ACDC, who's on the board for financial statement analysis questions. Lincoln.
Hey, Yaman. Can you tell Elias or EV Guy, can you guys open your DMs or follow? Because I can't ask you guys questions and I'm getting errors. So thanks.
Okay, great. All right. This space has been going on for more than 2 hours. This space is possible only because of patrons. If it wasn't for patrons, this space would not be possible. So I highly recommend signing up for the Patreon at the top of your screens, patreon.com/Valley Analyst. That helps keep this space free and open for everybody. And I want to acknowledge the people who signed up today and yesterday: William Ellingsworth, Jake McCombs, Siddhartha Roy, Karun Sharma, Jim, Cody Sarforis, Ibrahim Turai, and Zyme X. Thank you very much for signing up to Patreon. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Wes, how are you doing over there?
Hey, this is EV Guy. I just opened up my DMs, I think, so give it a shot, see if they work. If not, let me know.
Okay, great. Yes, are you there? No. Mario?
I have a question that would be better if Machine was here, but and Sawyer just left. I think you should run a poll. Who is Yaman nicest to, Sawyer or Linka?
Thanks, Mario.
She's very charming, Linka.
Not even here. Who are you talking
to?
Wes?
Talking to you.
Yeah, I had app issues. What's up?
Nothing. Just wondering how you're doing.
That's good. I'm double tasking, so it's good to listen to. Good conversation.
All right. ACDC?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Wes. I think this question was kind of brought up a couple of times, but it got lost in the mix. But it's pertaining to the same post that I referred to by Rains. He was addressing Musk's post about how many miles are actually being used for training, and he said 1 out of 10,000 miles, that's 0.01%. So they're not really training compute bound, they are data bound now. And this will get tougher, especially for edge cases going forward. So any viewpoint from Wes on that?
Wes? Yeah, when you have so one tip for people is if you have a question for somebody, mention their name at the beginning of your question so that they can start coming to the phone. Wes, go ahead.
Sorry, I missed the question. I didn't hear it. I'm having app issues.
Yeah, AC.
Wes, so I don't know if you follow Reigns. He came in here. I'm not sure if he's still a Tesla engineer, but was involved with the Tesla FSD team. And he replied to a post, or was discussing a post by Elon, where Elon basically said that Tesla is only using 1 out of every 10,000 miles driven for FSD training. So they're not really training compute bound, but it's data bound. And that's where the difficulty is going to be, is especially with fewer disengagements, the data coming in is going to be sparse. And to solve that last mile, so as to say, is going to get tougher. So any comments or your viewpoint on that? I think Wes just dropped out again.
Yeah, he does that when the question is really difficult. That's not, I mean, that's not new. Wes and machine. So just try to make your questions easy. Small words, 10 words or fewer. Otherwise, like, don't use any big words, no SAT words. Otherwise, they kind of leave and then blame it on connection issues. That's all right. Mike?
Hey, Yaman, I'm going to try to contain my enthusiasm. I'm driving right now the same exact route that I drove this morning. It's a unique road that has this large, very large pothole and about 5 speed bumps. Every time I've driven this route over the past couple of weeks on version 12.3.6, the car never avoids the big pothole and doesn't avoid the 5th out of 5 speed bumps. Miraculously, just 30 seconds ago, the car went around the large pothole and slowed down for that 5th speed bump. I was curious if anyone has an opinion as to how that's possible, and in particular if Wes is available.
Wes? Wes? Oh my goodness. Adrian?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, does anyone have any estimates of when we will get FSD for the Cybertruck?
Two weeks.
Wow. Wow. I mean, it could ask on X, and I think I will get that exact answer from Elon, but like, yeah. Do you guys want me
We didn't have
to?
to bother. We didn't have to bother Elon. ACDC gave the answer. I don't think Wes can talk, so I'm gonna move him down to listener and then bring him back up again. Wes, I'm sending you an invite. That should work. For some reason, people requesting to speak doesn't work sometimes, but sending them an invite works better. Mike,
Can we all
heard of? Yeah, we've started hearing people reporting that FSD avoids potholes, which is amazing. I mean, that's a great improvement. That's the primary reason for disengagement for a lot of people. So,
Yeah, I mean, if I may, it's not that it avoids potholes. it didn't avoid a pothole this morning, and then it did just 30 seconds ago. That's the big question I have. How did it learn locally on my machine, on my car? How did it figure that out?
Michael, I'm curious, did you submit a disengagement report ever about that pothole?
I absolutely did this morning. I left a voice note for both the pothole that it missed and the 5th speed bump that it missed.
I have speculation about that. One, I think that sometimes we think it's learning locally when actually it's just, the lighting's different. Every time we drive through an area, the system is seeing different information every time. And I think it may just be that one time you've gone through the shadow, the lighting was good enough. It'll be very interesting to see if it continues to avoid the pothole or if that was a one-off. The other thing that I speculate on is that there's a lot of data going up and down, and I really think that they're pulling some levers, within point releases. They're pulling some levers in the background. So it's possible that there's some changes going on, but I absolutely don't believe that any of it's local. I don't know if anybody else has any opinions.
Yeah, Omar has made it clear many times, and others have agreed that there's no learning going on locally. Now, having said that, Tesla has talked about kind of crowdsourcing road roughness. So maybe there was a map update in the meantime. I'm not sure. I guess that's possible technically. Let's see what Mario has to say. Mario?
Question for EV Guy or maybe for Wes. Are we seeing any changes in the trend of data upload?
Sorry about that. Yeah, did you mean trend and data upload to us, or do you mean from the cars to back up to Tesla? Because I'm not tracking any of that.
Got it. From the cars back up to the mothership is the question.
Yeah, that I mean, I only have my own anecdotal stuff, and yeah, there's a ton going on, but I have no idea what's going on across the board.
No clue. Go ahead.
Wes, is there a way to report bad map data for the vehicle? In Salt Lake City, Utah, there's I-15, a major freeway, and a couple years ago they installed a parallel freeway to it, and every time the car tries to go on the new freeway, it believes it's on an exit ramp and tries to slow down drastically. And I would like to share that if possible. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the V11 stack. So when 12 is integrated for highway, then all you'll need to do is disengage at that point and give your voice, or just disengage. And that will create that as a kind of a hotspot data point. And they'll aggregate that data among the fleet and determine if all of the cars are experiencing that issue, and they will update the map data. That's kind of
Mario.
I've got a couple of questions about data upload, generally speaking. So maybe Wes, EV Guy, again, is the car uploading data every night? And do you see a spike in data upload if there's disengagements? Generally speaking, maybe you can talk to those things for us.
I'll actually defer to somebody else because I haven't tracked that closely myself. Like I've just been.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why are you asking these questions? Yeah, why are you asking these questions to them? They don't know.
Well, if you're watching it, and if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
But that's not what they're tracking. Like they're not tracking what the cars are uploading to the mothership.
It's all good,
right? So that question is really more for Wes.
It was an anecdotal.
Or
question.
Omar. Okay, Michelle.
Well, the tracking the amount of data is still irrelevant because it could be a small amount of data that's insightful, like map data is not heavy, or it could be like video clips. that's heavy, and it's all encrypted. So like if they're doing their homework, you're just like, well, there's a bunch of data going that direction, but like tracking the amount doesn't really give you any like relevant insight. It's not really relevant at all.
Curiosity.
Okay, Josh.
Sorry, kind of goes back on to what Adrian was talking about. I'm really surprised that we don't discuss this. I would love to have a discussion, but it's not today, on why the Cybertruck is not getting the full self-driving. It just seems like it's easy enough to learn the new camera locations and everything. And I guess what surprises me for it is right now being the flagship product, and then the talks and the rumors of potentially partnering with another FSD company or a company such as Ford. It seems like if Tesla can't do it on their own quickly, on their own, Cybertruck, doesn't it kind of look bad for the possibility of this happening quickly on a different, vehicle altogether?
Well, first of all, when you say it's easy to do, what experience do you have to kind of put that label on there?
Oh, I'm not saying it's easy to do. I'm just saying that,
You
when
just
the
say
model,
easy.
well, I'm
You
saying
said
when
Well,
the Model
he
3,
said it seems. He was making an assumption, so that's
yeah, I mean, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is if they're able to do it from the S and X to the 3 and the Y, I mean, when the 3 came out, obviously it had autopilot. You didn't have to wait for it to,
Well,
be enabled.
the new 3 also took a while, and I think
Well,
it's probably okay. It's probably a function of number of cars on the fleet. The number of Cybertrucks out there right now is still very few. It's also not really a priority. Do you want to make FSD better for most of the people, or do you want to focus on getting on the Cybertruck where it's only a few hundred people that may or may not even use it? So just a matter of priority. They have validation processes. If you listen to the last earnings call, Ashok went into that in detail, and complex and process that takes a lot of time, and they have to ensure many layers of safety. So it's not easy. Okay, and it doesn't seem easy either if you've been coming to the space, Wes, then Jimmy.
Yeah, I've mentioned before in this space that the reason it hasn't come to Cybertruck, I believe, is most likely due to the new steer-by-wire system that's from the ground up and implementing a lot of safety critical code into that system. So anyway, that's why I think it's delayed.
Yeah.
If you want to know more about when Tesla takes your data, what they take, my suggestion is hook up your car to your Wi-Fi, run a Wireshark on it, parse out the data, and you'll see what they're taking. It is also encrypted, but you'll know how much they're taking at certain times.
Okay, great.
he's next level curious about the conversation with the mothership.
All
We
right,
all
just
are.
for fun is coming up. Just for fun, go ahead.
Hey, just a comment and a question. A comment going back to, I think it was Mike's question earlier for Wes when Wes was having connection issues. I think Wes posted on the 18th about this, about like potentially seeing map hints that indicate change in the driving experience. So either Wes can feel free to talk. Actually, it's the 19th, sorry. Either Wes can talk about it or Mike can go check out Wes's page on that, or the post on that. And then one question was just on Elon's tweet about the limiting factor. I was just curious for either Wes or Yaman or someone, when he says validation, what exactly does that refer to? or validation being the limiting factor?
Wes?
My sense is that they have to parse or go through, even automatedly, so many video clips that are being submitted. And granted, it's a lot, but we also know that, granted that there should be a lot less disengagements. However, my sense is that the system still needs to be more efficient in how it's filtering out these videos that they want to potentially train on. So as much as I love that it's automated and that it's probably mostly human out of the loop, there's always efficiency gains that can be made. So that very tweet or post was very interesting to me because it demonstrates that this system is working and that that's how they're getting to higher reliability. And the training time is not the limiting factor. It's this validation time. So that once they validate that things are working right, they can put it out to the fleet. So they have to figure out how to do like a more efficient validation process. Like if anybody's ever done a validation matrix or has like baseline tests versus very, very specific kind of unit test type things. That's the process that they're going through. They don't want to release anything that is less reliable than the previous version. So this is kind of a very high bar that they're setting now for themselves.
Thank you. Naksamut. Naksamut, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Island, go ahead.
Hey there, just a question. I'm located in Ontario, Canada, the Waterloo region, and I've noticed with 12.3.5 and I'm on 12.3.6 now, expressway driving, when I'm in a lane and it's about to end, like you've just merged in, it seems like it really waits to the last minute and gets till it like the lane is disappearing and it squeezes you in with the rest of the traffic. And I'm wondering, is that because it's not recognizing the road signs up here in Canada? Could be a different country thing, or is that just what it's learned to do? Because it honestly makes me kind of nervous. I tend to take over and like I can see the lanes ending, and I'd much rather get over a little in advance. Just any insight, out of curiosity.
Yeah, it makes a difference if it happens all the time, like at every lane change, you know, for a turn that's upcoming, or if it's just in that one spot. My sense with 12 now is that it gets over in a good amount of time on average. And there are some times when it doesn't get over early enough. And so this is just part of, you know, neural nets being kind of the deciding point on when it's going to lane change. So I would just urge you to notice that if it's specific in a specific area or if it's more generalized. And you should be able to figure out the pattern.
It seems to be generalized when I've gotten on an on-ramp onto the expressway. You know how there'll be an on-ramp and then there'll be a lane.
Yeah. Okay, so highways are different. Highways are, what you're seeing is you're seeing this really, really unfortunate handoff to the V11 stack. If it's just on surface streets, that's different. But when you get onto a highway, the V12 stack has this really kind of bad, I would call it actually bad because it's unpredictable on how it hands off to the old V11 stack, which is not controls with neural nets or path planning with neural nets. And so it feels kind of harsh and not as smooth as V12. And now that V12 is so smooth, you kind of really notice this handoff back to a heuristic path planner and control stack.
Yeah, it really is, makes me kind of nervous because like I said, it'll be when you have one of those on-ramps into a lane and then you're supposed to, you know, that lane kind of ends like gradually, like there'll be a sign ending in 300 meters, this lane ends and becomes part of the rest. And then it just kind of starts to, your lane shrinks and the car is following the outside line and just moving into the other line of traffic. It's like, oh shit, what's going on here? Anyways, just sharing that feedback.
Yeah, it's great feedback. And I feel like we say this on every space now that V12 isn't V12 for all roads. It's just V12 for surface streets, not for highways.
And overall, I've been blown away. The biggest improvement I've noticed on V12 is handling of roundabouts, like zero hesitation. But previously on the prior versions I was on about a month ago, it would really hesitate and kind of inch its way in and be afraid to go in. And now it just smoothly goes in. And in our region,
Yeah.
at least, we've got roundabouts everywhere. So it's way better.
Yeah, same here. And my kids kind of have PTSD from me, doing roundabouts with V11. And now they just can't believe it works every time. It's really magic. It's wonderful.
They're gonna grow to avoid roundabouts at all costs. Yes.
Yeah, my son is about ready to learn to drive, and so I got him behind the wheel of the X, and he's actually paying a lot more attention now to when FSD drives, so he can learn how to drive, which I find fascinating. So basically,
That's really
version
awesome.
12 will be teaching him how to drive because I haven't, like I was saying, I haven't touched the wheel in 3 weeks now.
How do you handle the nags?
I use the volume control knob or the scroll wheel on the left side, and I just move it up and down. I don't actually put any torque on the steering wheel.
Okay, cool. Nick and then Amy.
Hey, so can you hear me? I was having some mic issues earlier.
This question is the bane of my existence.
Hello?
I'm not gonna answer that question.
Yaman hates that question. Just ask your question. Make sure it starts
Sorry, I
with
was
the
talking
question
last
word.
time and the mic was cut off. So I did use FSD for the full month trial. I have to say, very impressive. I tried providing as much feedback as I could. My hesitation with it, and I will, one day be a subscriber, is one, I have multi vehicle, $9 per vehicle. I don't drive one vehicle the same amount of time. Sometimes it's my wife's car, sometimes it's my car. I really hope they have an option that's just tied to the account. So I would make that recommendation that Tesla has some sort of FSD subscription. And if it's for multi-vehicle, I get it's not going to be $99 for both, but I hope they do add an option like that in the future. And then, one of the weird things I noticed, and I assumed it would have been fixed by now, is coming up to gates within communities. It notices the gates there and it stops, which is great, but it doesn't pull up far enough where then the gate will auto open. So there's just some funky instances where you need to disengage and re-engage, and I just find that fascinating because it'll handle an intersection with all these turning vehicles and dangerous situations flawlessly. Yet when I come up to certain gates to enter in and out of my community, it just kind of gets stuck there. So I definitely think obviously it's great, but I do hope they have some sort of subscription option for multi-vehicle owners. And I'm sure they'll handle some of those little small hiccups, at gates and certain things like that in the future.
Amy.
Hey, Wes, I had a question about whether it seems like in V12 they don't disengage at the end of a perfect drive. You have to actually do it yourself, where V11 it didn't do that. Why did they change that behavior?
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think it's important for the current controls stack and path planning to find a good spot to pull over and stop. And I get that it's not doing it all the time, finding a great spot, but that's part of this learning process. So the idea being did the driver put it in park after the nav route was completed, or did the driver disengage and then do something different to find a parking spot? And this can be good learning data for them to know how well they did in trying to find a good spot to pull over. The other thing that I find interesting is the pin, where the pin is put, because I'm not finding that to be great experience at the moment. But Obviously, that's not a prioritized feature, but I think that's part of the robotaxi experience to make that, that wherever the pin goes, to put you in the right spot for, where they think that you want to end up.
So you can place the pin after the drive's over, essentially. Can you then, since you are still engaged, can you place the pin to actually make it go?
Oh, no. No, I'm saying for creating a nav stop, you can just put your finger on the screen and, hold long press, and then you can add a stop or add a route destination, and it should go to that pin. It should try to get you to that pin. And currently I'm not finding that a great experience because it isn't that good at finding, it's too much technical detail probably, but finding a good route to that pin and an actual good endpoint to that pin. So it's like if the pin is on a one-way road, that you might not end up on the correct side of the road. It might drop you on the right side or the left side. It's kind of haphazard. Or if the pin is in a parking lot, it may actually put you in a neighborhood that's on the other side of the parking lot instead of, the driveway that enters into the parking lot. Like that's happened to me as well. So these are kind of nuances and features that they'll have to add for robotaxi.
Okay, good. Amy, did you have more?
Yeah, I just don't see the use of not disengaging yet. That's all I'm trying to get at. It's why is it not disengaging at the end of a drive exactly? It's because it seems like, I'm assuming that they're not counting that disengagement in their statistics, but it's just an odd
I would
behavior.
agree. Yeah, I mean, just to be very clear, like that's what I want it to do. I want it to learn when I'm satisfied with the stopping point. Because sometimes it pulls off and it's like right next to a curb and it's perfect. And I literally put it into park when nav route is completed to demonstrate that it was a successful stopping point. So anyway, I kind of want it to do that.
It's saying that it's done. It knows it's done. That's all. It's you see a completion.
But that's implicit, right? It wants an explicit from you, the driver, because you have liability. It wants an explicit that you're done, and you need to put it into park. Does that make sense?
Okay, so they just felt that's a safety thing they wanted to add to V12 versus V11. Then.
Yeah, I think it like kills like three birds with one stone. Like they get some good data. They're not taking over liability at all. And they're getting a very explicit acknowledgement from the driver that something was successful if it goes into park.
Hold on a second. Interesting. This can't possibly. All right. Just a quick side note: Smokaway posted a Optimus forecast, which looks eerily familiar. He's not here right now. And then Elon said, not quite that fast, but not far wrong. So this is at the top of your screens, this forecast, and the reply to it is at the top of your screens. And then in the meantime, what did I just see here? From Luminars, I'm gonna have to go to the. Omar, did you see this yet?
What? Luminar?
Yeah, let me just hold on. Let me just go to their investor relations before I repeat this in this space. In the meantime, Scott Archer, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that we need Omar to help us all understand that end-to-end trip because I've seen more of his videos go from A to B without any of what everybody's talking about. I get home and I have to disengage, get in my driveway. I joke all the time on his videos that he's got Elon mode, but I've never seen anybody get as many as him.
So, I mean, it doesn't usually pull into driveways. So, like, for example, when I have it go to my parents' house where I am right now, it'll pull over on the curb and then I'll, turn off the camera and then I'll go park in the garage myself, So I'm still having to do that myself, obviously. And in my garage in San Francisco, it also can't pull into that. So it takes me there. Then I gotta, pull into the garage myself.
All right, we have some news. Let's talk about this. Okay, at the top of your screens. Thank you, Steisel. This is from Luminar's results that were announced just now. Okay, you can see the circled area, and I'm going to read this. Q1 2024 financial summary. Q1 revenue of $21 million increased 45%, etc., 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 etc. It says this was offset by sensor sales to Tesla, which was our largest LiDAR customer in Q1 and comprised more than 10% of our revenue in the quarter. Omar, what do you make of this?
Well, it's been known for some time that Tesla was using Luminar LiDARs to train the pure vision system behind autopilot, but I'm surprised that they're the largest customer. It's pretty funny.
Wes?
I agree with Omar. I think if that is true, then Tesla is most likely buying LiDARs to ramp up test car fleets in other countries to start collecting ground truth data and making sure that their NERF project works, their neural radiance field works for collecting vision and turning that into ground truth. So they're probably doing the train the trainer type thing with Luminar. At least that's what I would do.
But why wouldn't this show up in the previous investor letter? Why is this new?
I don't know. I'm not sure Luminar is doing great. The numbers that you just mentioned sounded pretty low. Is that your take too?
I don't know the company very well, so I can't really say. But
yeah, so maybe I'll say it another way. Like in the past, Luminar has really been, I want to say, propped up by this kind of like explosion in autonomous car companies. And now that Google isn't expanding as fast and other autonomous car companies aren't doing as well, they're probably looking for other ways to show that they've got, revenue coming in. Putting Tesla on there is interesting because usually Tesla has a contract with companies like that so that they aren't publicly called out. And they specifically write that into the contract because I've done that for Tesla to make sure that doesn't happen. And I'm kind of surprised, honestly. So interesting.
So how much LiDAR can $2 million buy you? What is their unit cost? Like a few $1,000s?
It depends. I think they've got 3 models right now. They've got their traditional large spinny that's on the top. They've got their smaller spinnies that are on the corners. And then I think they have a solid state one that's
that's what Tesla's
limited.
buying. Tesla doesn't use the spinning ones. It's the rectangular kind of ones that, point
the
in
solid state
direction. Yeah.
And I think those are pretty cheap. I think those are in like maybe the 500 to 1,000 range. I'm not sure. Depends on how many you buy. Like if you were to buy like 100 or 200 of them. But if they were potentially doing this, I can't see them buying, more than, having maybe that money is for a longer term contract over time because they want to make sure that they have supply. So I don't know. I can't imagine it's for production. It sounds like in the past, like it's been for ground truth training.
Well, there are other possible explanations, right? It could be for Optimus, for example. Right, Wes? Also, we don't know if it's 2 million. It says we don't know if it's 2 million. It says $21 million of revenue, and it says more than 10% of revenue in the quarter. So
interesting.
It could be several million. Yeah.
Will they call out any other company?
No, I don't think so. Not that I know.
And it's interesting. Yeah.
Scott disagrees. Why, Scott?
It's ammo. Now tomorrow we're going to see vision sucks and Tesla's changed their position, and clearly everybody that says LiDAR is the jam was right, and we're all fucked, and sell your Tesla and throw
Well,
your
that's
car away.
why, I mean, that's why we have this space, right? So we can address these things live as they happen. We've had multiple situations like this. This is nothing new. We handled it pretty well, I think, so far. So, all right, Nick.
I wanted to ask on the FSD visuals, is there a reason that the actual visuals of the vehicles, that doesn't carry over if you're just using basic autopilot? Because I do think that the visuals obviously look a lot better on FSD. Just wondering if there's an actual difference of why, basic autopilot users don't get those visuals.
ACDC.
I just wanted to add to the Luminar. I mean, it's $1.65 stock, and it was down 2 cents at close today, and it's up 2 cents after market. So I don't think there's any material big news to this 10% purchase or anything. Otherwise, a stock like that would be up quite a bit just on something like that.
I mean, I think they know that obviously FSD 12 has been talked about a lot, and it kind of really drives the case home that LiDAR is not needed. So I think they're kind of throwing it in saying, oh, look, even Tesla's buying LiDAR. Maybe make people think they're going to start including it in their cars. But a $2 million order is only going to cover a few thousand units at most. So clearly, maybe it's something, maybe you could argue it's something they're experimenting with for production, but clearly there's no plans to put this in their car anytime soon.
Machine would be having a field day right now. Let's see if I can get him in here.
In the meantime, Omar and Wes, this is for you too. I just put up a post, and I think I tagged you on it, Wes. This was regarding Elon's statement about, I've asked this question already like twice, so sorry for the repetition for others, but Elon answered to a post that only about 1 out of every 10,000 miles is being used for training right now. So my first question is, I'm presuming that this is 10,000 FSD miles. And if that's the case, I would think the bottleneck is not around training compute, of course, anymore, but it's around adequate or enough training data. So as we get to the last mile of FSD and solving every end-to-end problem, how long do you think it would take, or like, do you really foresee this as a bottleneck?
Omar.
Well, I mean, so training compute is becoming less and less of a concern. They're adding training compute like crazy from NVIDIA, Dojo scaling up, TSMC's, talking about them, that they're in mass production now for Dojo. So training compute's less and less of a concern. So what is the primary bottleneck now? The primary bottleneck now is new and interesting interventions. Okay? New and interesting interventions. We need people to discover situations where the software doesn't work, right? Now, 99% of what we do in the car is useless. You're driving straight, great. Okay, we get it. We know how to drive straight. That's not the issue here. We're really looking at those rare failure cases, and that's what we want to look for. So imagine I'm telling you, a story, right? I'm telling you how to unlock a pin pad on the door. And I say, the first number's 3 and the second number's 2 and the first number's 3 and the first number's 3 and the first number's 3. You're not learning any new information from that because you already knew that, right? What you need is the last 2 numbers. So those last 2 numbers are sort of the valuable data you're looking for, right? To be able to complete that pin. So it's the same thing here. The data we need to add to the training set to make the model more robust is data that highlights those sort of unique edge cases that the existing data fails to address. So this is why they, for example, lower the price. Yaman said yesterday, okay, if it's so successful, why are they lowering the price? Why are they giving a free trial? And Elon kind of answered that in this tweet because they need more people using it and generating unique and useful interventions. So the fact that he's saying only 1 in 10,000, things is useful, that's not really surprising. It's not intervention data. I heard somebody kind of mix that up before. It's just what percentage of the data coming in is useful. So, that's obviously just a ballpark, but it sounds about right to me.
Wes.
Sorry, were you looking for an answer from me?
No, you had your hand up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know if you saw it. Yeah, I agree with Omar. He's right.
All right, great. Wonderful. Amen.
How do they identify useful data unless there's an intervention?
I wouldn't look into that. You guys are overthinking this, I think. He just wants to make the point that most of the miles are not useful for training. That's what he said.
I mean, so that's also the point I wanted to make, because it's important to just not say, okay, I'm just going to use the system and keep it on just because it can. Like, if you feel like driving, then you should drive. And that is also really valuable information for them to train the model. And if, let's say, there's something the software can do, but you could do it a little bit better. So, there's a bus that's stopped and it could go around it, but let's say it's waiting too long or something, you can just take over and do it yourself. And then that gives them some training data, lets them know. But there's also many ways without interventions that they can know that something was wrong. They have the benefit of hindsight, for example. So let's say, for example, that they detect a pedestrian and they slam on the brakes. Then 2, 3 seconds later, they actually realize there's no pedestrian there and they start accelerating again. So you didn't actually intervene, but they realized through the benefit of hindsight that, they essentially detected the mistake themselves. And then that video of the false positive could then go into the training set and help them, not have that type of failure in the future.
Yeah. He did kind of he did stuff a while ago talking about Tesla's mile advantage. So a few years ago, he used to say Tesla's collecting several orders of magnitude more miles than everybody else combined. And I think this tweet about 1 in 10,000 miles being useful for training is contradicts that really that he was making a few years ago, but he stopped making that comment, and that's also in line with what Meta says in here as well. That it's really more about collecting edge case and disengagement data rather than just absolute number of miles.
So does anyone have a sense of what one of these LiDAR units Tesla's buying might cost?
Someone said in the replies that according to a Verge article, they used to cost about $1,000. They didn't provide the link to the Verge article, so we don't know what date. But LiDAR cost is coming down, right? So
Well,
we know
these are
we know
solid
Xpeng.
state.
We know. Okay.
I mean, these
Does
are
anyone?
not like the spinning LiDAR. They kind of just point in one direction. So they're a lot sort of simpler, they're, they don't give you as much of a full view. You don't have as high resolution necessarily, but you can put multiple of them around the car.
That's what Xiaomi is doing, right? With their SU7, they have lidar in the vehicles, consumer cars.
Yeah, I mean, not a full spinning lidar, obviously, but I think probably a forward facing lidar.
Yeah. Uh, I've heard several theories whether Tesla is using lidar for validation purposes, ground truth, or maybe for Optimus, or maybe for semi. So there are multiple possible explanations, obviously. But the fact is that this is the first time it's showing up in Luminar's investor relations, as far as I know. So I didn't look back and check in previous ones. And they probably had to disclose it because more than 10%. I mean, at a minimum, they would have to disclose that in the SEC filing. So I guess they just added it to the investor relations. So maybe Wes, to your point earlier, maybe they got a clearance from Tesla to the extent that they may have had some sort of a agreement not to disclose it before. What do you think about that?
Yeah, very possible. A purchase like that is always going to be under a contract. I can't imagine it would be a one-time thing and under just a purchase agreement or a purchase order.
Yeah. So at a minimum, it's $2 million, but what it says is more than 10%. So it's a customer concentration risk disclosure, meaning it can be several millions of dollars. And in that case, we're talking at least thousands of units of this LiDAR unit as a bought from Luminar. Yoda?
Yeah, just going back to the 1 in 10,000 driven is useful for training comment from Elon. Yeah, I just forwarded you a analysis from folks in kind of the China region, and what they're saying is that this high difficulty of now acquiring the edge cases at the 1 in 10,000 miles type of ratio is precisely the most important moat for FSD. You can argue that the garbage time, the simple stuff in the beginning, are relatively replicable by others, but that you need and require the large fleet that's collecting real life data to surface those 1 in 10,000 edge cases, and that's those edge cases could actually be the most important data assets that Tesla is able to now collect and solve, and that the costs are so high now at 1 in 10,000 because the cost is the aggregate cost of having that fleet deployed and collecting that. The cost is so high that it's almost going to be impossible for another automaker to replicate.
Thank you, Yoda. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Man, we never run out of things to talk about. It's crazy. How is that possible? Every single day for hours and hours and hours, there's always something new. Yoda?
Omar, what did you end up doing with the options? Did you go ahead?
Yeah, I figured it could be good to have some options to buy more shares. It might make more sense. So, if I were to buy 100 more shares, then it would cost about $17,000. But if I just buy the option to buy 100 more shares, then it costs, $5,000. And I can buy them at the same price as today, anytime to 2026. And if they end up being less than 230 in 2026, then I lose $5,000, which isn't really that big of a deal. So, I think I mean, you just look at Nvidia for example, it's like a $3 trillion company. And then you look at what Tesla's doing with Dojo, and they're not just messing around here. They've got, I think, a pretty ambitious sort of design here with the system on a wafer technology where you have, 25 SoCs on the same wafer, and they've got really fast inter-process communication. So you've essentially got 25 different computers on the same chip wafer. Instead of networking with each other over Ethernet or InfiniBand or anything, they're just on the same die, right? So I think they're trying some pretty ambitious things. Pete Bannon is no joke, obviously. And it's a crowded market. Like Elon said today, everybody's getting into it. Microsoft, Meta, Google, you name it. Everybody's got their own AI training compute. But I do think there could potentially be a business for Tesla here, just because of their own exceptional needs, right? I mean, they're really taking AI to a productization scale in a way that few others are. And, really sort of getting it good enough to, drive a car, obviously, or control a robot. So, I mean, I think there's a chance that they could just sort of gain, trillions of dollars of value as these sort of nascent businesses come to market. I kind of see it as almost like the Model 3 in many ways, where you had this product that people loved. It was quite easy to see for the customers that there was something magical going on there. But you had many people on Wall Street, a lot of smart people who said this isn't a business and there's no earnings that are going to materialize for this business. And I see it as really the same thing here, where there's just billions of dollars being invested, similar to the Model 3 ramp. And a lot of people, a lot of smart people are saying there's no business here. I don't see a path for them to generate revenue. I don't see the value here. Um, but there's customers using it, and you're seeing that same kind of magic. And I think it's really much bigger than, the Model 3 or the Model Y. I think it makes them look kind of inconsequential by comparison. And then you factor in Optimus and other things like that. And, I think there's definitely a much better path to them becoming one of the top companies in the market than people realize in the, medium term. We're talking about maybe the next, 1 to 2 years.
No hands mode.
But Omar,
Oh no,
based on
we can't do that. Jimmy's on the board. Yoda, then Grant, then Jimmy.
so Omar, based on all that, which I agree, I guess you still prefer options. But that's an aside, I guess. Do you think Dojo, if it's optimized for training real world AI problems, that potentially there could be an AWS opportunity if Tesla isn't using all of that compute? Could the likes of Figure.ai, again, probably not them specifically, but could humanoid, robotic makers and other kind of form factor AI robotics makers potentially choose Dojo as the platform for AI training and or potentially inference?
I think this has become established as a huge market, obviously. You can just look at the financials of the cloud service providers. Look at AWS. They had a, record quarter from a gross margin perspective. So I think there's definitely a market for Tesla to A, sell Dojo, but also B, actually rent out their H100s and H200s. Just the same way that AWS or Google Cloud or anyone else does it. I mean, when you've got hundreds of thousands of these things, if you can rent out excess capacity and obviously, whatever you're not using, then you have the potential to, actually build out more than you need. And that kind of, I think, makes sense from a cost perspective. And then the other thing is really utilizing the inference capacity of the fleet to do searches on the real world or stuff like that. I'd guess they'd probably, want to vet the partners and maybe not accept customers who are, closely competitive with them or something like that. But it could be a good way to sort of increase the utilization of these massive investments they're making. I mean, they're spending, $10 billion on compute. And there's now a well-established market to rent out that compute to others. So, right now I think they're sort of using all they can, or they have been. But Elon has said that the compute constraint is alleviating. It's possible that, as that happens, they start opening it up. I would think XAI would probably be one of the first potential customers for a Tesla cloud.
Scott Archer, then Grant. Sorry, Jimmy the other.
Oh, thanks. I did want to mention a few things. One, of course, being the new production of the Dojo chips, along with the other strategy of procuring the NVIDIA H100 GPUs. Have we talked about this already? Because I just came in.
Not today.
You want to talk about it?
Do you have any new material information?
Well, there's a news source saying that earlier today, meaning the 3rd of May, so it comes from the 3rd of May, TSMC confirmed the commencement of production of Tesla's next generation Dojo supercomputer training chips. And it will mostly be available by 2027. So, yeah, that's, I think, a very important point. The Dojo D1 is it's called. And it's basically a general purpose CPU constructing the AI training chips to power the Dojo system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you say D1?
Well, that's what it's called. The Dojo.
Okay, that's old news.
Excuse me?
That's old news. Thank you. Scott Archer.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody had any thoughts on the $1 billion that Great Britain gave to the hack startup Wave. I don't know anything about them. That then turned around and was complimentary to Tesla on their training and how they're copying them. I've never heard of them.
Wave is a company that's been around for many years. They're a UK-based company, and they have a vision-based end-to-end self-driving solution that they've been developing that's kind of similar in approach to Tesla. So, given the success of FSD V12 in demonstrating this approach, it's not surprising they were able to raise around based off, some of that excitement. And I believe NVIDIA joined in on the deal. So these are like, you know, jack yourself off kind of deals, as I like to call them, where NVIDIA says, hey, guess what? We're going to buy $1 billion of your stock. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to give it right back to us. Now it shows up on our top line as revenue, and we get the equity. So essentially, they're trading GPUs for equity. And it's a great strategy because, hey, you give them the GPUs, you support them, and then if they're able to actually build a great business on top of that, then, your equity ends up, doing pretty well too. I imagine, one or two of these deals are just going to be a home run for NVIDIA. I don't know which companies, but some of them at least, I think, probably will pay out very well.
Grant.
Yeah, I was going to say a few things. First, Omar, I think it's great you're listening to the BG2 podcast. That is a good one. I like that Tesla bulls are getting into that. It is a just objectively good source of information, generally speaking. Second, I would say to anyone that doesn't know anything about options, I would be very careful about wading into that investment vehicle. It's a much higher risk profile instrument than a normal stock. I just, don't go do it because you heard someone on this space talk about it. I would just make sure that you're being very careful in general. And then third, the topic I wanted to bring up may have been touched on before, was just around the NHTSA news this morning. I feel like there's a real chance that there's a recall of autopilot, in the weeks or months running up to the robotaxi unveil, which would be kind of egg on Tesla's face. I mean, do people have anxiety surrounding that?
No. Can you just ask a question in a more neutral way going forward? Like, you can say, what do you think about today's NHTSA news? You don't have to talk about people having anxiety or recalls, speculation. Like, just ask Wes, what do you think about this news? And he'll answer it. And skip the first two, by the way. Wes?
Yeah, so I read through that, and this was the standard. They're going to check on these kind of like larger software recalls to make sure that the data is improving like they expected, and the data shows that it is drastically improved. There was a calculation that it's improved at a minimum 87%. So 87% less crashes were recorded in 4 months than would have been expected had the changes not been implemented. So this bodes pretty well for this change, that it's actually having good effects. So I'm going to be interested to see more data when it comes out, but right now it looks like it's trending really in a good direction.
Thank you, Wes. Omar.
Yeah, and I think what Wes highlighted just shows that this process works. The regulators, contrary to the Bears' fantasies, are not trying to pull this off the road. They actually believe in ADAS. They're just trying to determine, did the fix work? Is there something else we need to do to reduce the number of crashes from people not paying attention? So there's nothing embarrassing about it. I mean, the media doesn't need an excuse to try and embarrass Tesla. They'll try and embarrass them no matter what happens. I was just reading a Verge article about this Luminar thing saying, oh, they're going back. They're using LiDAR now. Even though on the earnings call, he very clearly said pure vision all the way. And they have not changed on that. So, people say what they need to say. If NHTSA has additional changes and there needs to be another voluntary recall to make changes to the software, then they'll do that. And if people make fun of us and it's a little embarrassing, so what? If it keeps, people safe, then that's great. But, this idea that they're suddenly going to ban it after 10 years of it being on the road is, I think it's time to recognize this as sort of a delusion. It's not going to happen.
Highland.
Just talking about the stock, and just want to share a perspective. I recently was in a position to finally go long about 2,300 shares, and for me, it's entirely about Optimus. Obviously, everyone's excited. It's a robot powered by AI, all that kind of stuff. But I see it as a huge, untapped, brand new market in terms of home care, house care. House cleaning, doing the laundry. I'm a married 43-year-old, got 3 boys. Staying on top of the house and actually getting laundry in problems. And if I could solve that for a monthly payment of $300 to $500, I would in a heartbeat. And I just take that and I multiply it across, the TAM of all of North America. And I love Elon's comment about going deeper into the supply chain and 4 Optimuses for every human and all that kind of stuff. But even as a starting point, if this thing could chip away at cleaning my house like a Roomba vacuums the floor, let's say it costs $25,000 to $30,000, and as a go-to-market model, it is you get financing on it like you do a car, 5 years, 0.9% APR sort of thing. It's just a completely new product category. And I worked at BlackBerry when they quote unquote invented smartphones. You create this new category, people dive in, they're spending money on something that didn't even exist before. If they are able to make AI real, because right now AI is just a bunch of glorified chat GPT, it seems. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, I know, but you take it into a whole new world, and this thing gets married to Grok, which then brings X as the media of the world into a face-to-face conversation with your Optimus. It's just mind-blowing what this represents. So anyways, that's why I'm all in and I'm long.
All right. We have a couple of bears in the house, FYI. We have WP and we have Old Carl the Contrarian. I remember this WP guy. Wasn't he some sort of Daimler executive or something? And then he blocked me for
Oh
like
yeah, he
years.
works for Mercedes, yeah.
And now he's like back. What's going on here, WP? Well, are you gonna talk?
He's got word paralysis.
You have to unmute yourself.
Work for Mercedes. Drive.
Yeah.
Omar can tell
It's
us about
silent.
drive.
All right. Yoda?
Yeah, just a quick nod to what Highland was saying. If you look at just the Airbnb hosts, there are 5 million hosts in the world. And guess who's on the board of Tesla? Some of them are looking for cleaning services, was my point.
If there's an opportunity to pre-order or buy those anytime soon, I will put my money where my mouth is in a heartbeat. After BlackBerry, I pivoted and opened a licensed cannabis retail shop, and I will put it on the floor because guarantee it's more reliable than my bud tender employees.
It could be theoretically. Right now, it's definitely not.
Well, we have ID checkers at the door, so if nothing else, it could stand there. And I mean, I know it probably needs some work, but we'd start it off simple and then move it up.
That's a teenager's dream. Robot ID checker. You staple some printer paper to your face. Boom. Into the bar.
Just go the extra mile. Tattoo a QR code on your wrist or something.
Adrian, can I make a special request?
Sure.
Can you serenade us with a reading of A Pale Blue Dot?
Hey,
Sure,
Elon, can you push the
send me the
latest
thing.
FSD to my car? I mean, Adrian?
I swear that's still been going around. It's funny because I think I've turned into a type of IQ test / meme for like Tesla Q and other people. It's like, how long does it take for people to figure out that I am not in fact Elon after I tell them hundreds of times? You know, I think that the shorter that period of time is, the smarter you are. So we can actually define on that scale who is the smartest and who's the dumbest. And let me tell you, there are a lot of dumb people on this planet. It's not my fucking fault. I keep telling everyone. Like the fucking latest post that I put out, saying to whom it may concern, I'm not Elon. It's like it reached 10 to 30x my own following and whatever else reach I could have had. I seriously don't understand what else to do. It's insane. Like seriously, just go outside, touch some grass, or like, Jesus, man. Holy smokes.
Hey, 9-1.
Hi, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Is he lagging?
Yeah, his connection is bad.
He's banding.
Rubber banding.
But yeah, you know what? Honestly, like I still can't believe that people think that you are Elon Musk. You've commented, I think, spoken during his live speeches. Like, I mean, I don't know. Anybody that's actually has any type of research bug in them would figure that out pretty quickly. That you are not Elon Musk. You just sound like him. That's it.
Exactly. And I think maybe people should understand that quantum superposition only works with very small particles and not humans themselves, because that would be the only other explanation. People are throwing that one around, which is weird. Oh, hey, we correct quantum computing, and now we have this in people. I don't get it.
Voice. And that's probably part of the situation is that there's probably a lot of people that feel the same way. Is that we wish we had
Yes.
that.
Yeah. It's a problem because wherever you go, it's like a huge responsibility as well. So you have to just like, I can't actually truly speak freely. That's my problem. I have to constantly watch every single word I put out, and I still make a lot of mistakes. You know, so like that's a bit of a responsibility there.
What's your best accent that you're imitating someone else? Like
hey, welcome to Shitty Walk. Hey. Do you have one of those? Do you have one of those like funny accents?
What about like a Stewie Griffin? Does that one work out for you?
Okay.
That's so close.
All right. Thank you.
I wanted to
Your
hear
mom's
the
had
Stewie
that.
Griffin.
Yeah. Oh, Carl, did you have a question?
That was my question. I wanted to hear about his imitation voices.
Do you have a question on Tesla?
I do have a question on Tesla.
What's your
actually.
question?
You know what? I'm long and I'm fucking hard. But
WP, do you have a question? Okay. Highland, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's it. Thanks.
All right. We have more requests to speak. Let's see. Anyone else requesting to speak, please leave a reply. Let's see what your question is before we bring you up. Yoda.
Yeah, Omar, do you have a sense of the renewal rate for the trial, FSD trial for the US?
No. How would I have that info?
And even if he did, I don't think he'd tell you.
Maybe you
I
can
mean,
run
that
a
would probably
poll.
be MNPI, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you actually I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but what I was taught in CFA Institute by CFA Institute was if you do have material non-public information, you're supposed to disseminate it as quickly as possible. So that's according to CFA Institute. And in a public platform, I guess X would qualify.
I mean, not everybody has even gotten the free trial yet. And I'd be interested, especially like after Smart Summon and Banish ship, like how many people are subscribed after that. There's probably some people who let it expire, but then are going to get tempted and end up subscribing again.
Yeah, I have a couple of Teslas, and on one of them I have the FSD. And when I'm driving the other vehicle, I definitely feel like I'm losing something.
Go next. Go ahead.
How's
What's your
things?
question? Just a question. 10 words or fewer.
Sorry, was that me? An invitation to speak?
Do you have a question?
I do. Does anyone here hold a paper Tesla share or stock certificate? Do they exist?
Yeah, of
Does
course, you
anyone?
can order one.
Oh, really? So what do they look like? Are they like something?
Thank you. All right. JT, go ahead.
Just a quick story that I think you guys will like. So a couple weeks ago, I met an older gentleman. He approached me in the Cybertruck, telling me that he was so happy that he got FSC. So I was just asking, so how come you got FSC? What triggered that? So on Friday nights, all his buddies meet up for poker night, and he couldn't attend these meetings because it's dark and he cannot drive past dark. So now with FSC, he can make that happen. So it's just so awesome to see what's happening, with a lot of people in these situations. It's really literally changing their lives.
Thank you. No clue.
Does anyone know the breakup of production between the Cyber Beast and the all-wheel drive and what the margin difference is between the two by chance? Thanks.
Cybertruck and what you said?
Just the two models of the Cybertruck, the Beast and the all-wheel
The two
drive.
trims. I mean, we can't really conclusively say one way or another, but obviously the Beast is going to have. I'm pretty confident in saying the Beast has higher margin, but the Beast will also have very low volume compared to the all-wheel drive. And then when the standard version comes, that's going to have lower margin and higher volume than the other ones, probably depending on the pricing. So it's hard to say, but I don't see why it would be different. Like the relation between the three trims would be different from Model 3, Model Y, standard long range performance. Yoda?
Wes, what's your take on Troy Tesla likes table that outlines the process and tracks the process of FSD? What's sort of fundamentally wrong or perhaps right about that approach?
Wes is walking to his phone right now. We'll wait.
I mean, it's kind of like making a spreadsheet of whether sex was good or not. Like, okay, did I come? What, position did we do? Did we do this? Did we do that? You can get a sense, but it doesn't capture, something. Something is amiss. So ultimately, I think people focus way too much on robo taxis and okay, how many miles per intervention and stuff like that, which really doesn't matter. Obviously, it's not good enough for that yet. And when it is, we'll know. But what's really relevant short term is, do people like it? And do people want to buy it? So, how many people converted? How many subscriptions are there? How many users? How much are people using it? Those are the metrics that are going to be material this year.
Yoda, are you referring to Optimus spreadsheet that he posted today, or edge case spreadsheet that he included in his post, or something else?
I'm referring to the Optimus actually, and I'm
Okay.
deleting my spreadsheet. Thanks, Omar.
Okay. Ray Tomic. Ray, your connection is really poor. I can't hear you. You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, my mic was cutting in and out. In regards to FSD and robotaxis, is it an unwise endeavor to concentrate so much power in one corporation? Eventually, maybe like a iRobot scenario in the future where all cars are robotaxis, and then an evil corporation can overtake Tesla and just concentrate too much power in the hands of one company, and later on just that can have negative outcomes, and it'll kill a lot of the jobs that are safety net for people, Uber and things like that are a safety net, a non-governmental safety net, so people would be more reliant on the government. It's a huge section of our economy to get rid of. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Omar?
Well, sorry, what was the first part of the question?
In regards to concentrating a lot of power, like
Oh
just
yeah, so
basically
I mean that's really one of the benefits of Tesla compared to these other companies is that they actually have the AI running on your device. So you download the model, they've got this super powerful chip. Like I was just watching Apple's event today, and they're like, and our new iPhone has 32 tops of neural net inference. And it's like, wow, that's the best chip today. That's the M4, Apple's latest chip. And the chip Tesla released in 2019 has 144 tops. So they really packed an incredible amount of inference power into this thing. Hardware 4 is even better, hardware 5 is even better. But that's kind of the cool thing about it. It's all running locally on your car. There's no way for some evil corporation or even Tesla to mess with your car or anything. All of the thinking that's driving your car is all happening inside your car. And you could completely cut off the internet connection and it would just still work. So that's super cool, I think, and definitely a contrast to OpenAI and others. in terms of jobs, everybody's going to be happy because everyone's actually going to make more money and they're going to get everything they want, and they're not going to have to do a job. So maybe people say at first, "Ah, you're taking my job." Then they'll realize, "Wait, I don't actually have to do the job. This is great." Before, I was an Uber driver, slaving my ass off every day, doing all this stuff, cleaning the car, maintaining the car, driving the car. I'm tired at the end of the day. You know, I got to buy gas, I got a flat tire, I got to pay registration, I got to pay parking tickets. Yuck. It's a nightmare. I'm lucky if I even make any money. Now I'm sitting from the comfort of my own home. I'm playing with my daughter, and the car comes back. I maintain it, I change the tire, I clean it, whatever. I can talk to the people remotely from my phone if they're, passengers have a question or something, they need to change the destination. I can talk to them just like I'm in the car remotely. I can see in with the cabin camera, and I can just manage it all remotely. If I'm, needing a humanoid robot, same type of thing. So ultimately, people's quality of life is going to be much better. When you have something that just makes the economy much more efficient, the outcome of that is an increased standard of living for everybody. So, there's going to be some disruption. Drivers, truck drivers may be losing their jobs, but there's going to be a lot of new jobs that are created as well. And I think people will ultimately be much better off.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
We have another question from live chat. Okay, Omar, you're probably the best to answer this. And if Wes is available, maybe he can come up as well. The question comes from Wayne, and thank you, Wayne, for contributing on YouTube Live. He sent Swiss francs. This is our, I think, first contribution of Swiss francs. The question is, why does FSD seemingly have 300 millisecond reaction time, both driving and visualizations? You can see the delay most clearly whenever a traffic light changes. The 300 millisecond reaction time delay. Omar?
Well, it can actually perceive much faster than that. I mean, with version 12, I've seen it react to things before I even saw them. So I think especially now with the end-to-end system, sort of eliminating that round trip back to the CPU and GPU, everything in the neural engine, it just makes it much faster. But for the visualization, if they were to show sort of, any momentary change of 100 milliseconds or something, then it would just flicker a lot, right? It would flicker, between different states potentially. So waiting until it's been a third of a second before showing it allows it to flicker less.
Wes?
Hey, I just rejoined. I lost audio, so I'm not sure what's going on.
We have a question in live chat. Did you see Wayne's question in live chat?
No, I'm on my phone.
The question is, why does FSD seemingly have 300 millisecond reaction time, both driving and visualization? You can see the delay most clearly whenever there's a traffic line change.
So the question is, what's the purpose of the delay, or why so much delay?
Which one is it? First, I think it's not clear, but I think it's the first one. If Wayne can clarify in live chat.
Okay, yeah. Well, I can answer both. And I'm not sure what Omar said, but I'll say my thing. The purpose of the delay is it just takes some amount of time to do the proper calculations for inference. The control loop should be running a lot faster, so it should be reacting faster over time. That should always get faster. Hopefully we won't see regressions in that. 300 milliseconds is a very short amount of time. Way faster than, it's 4 times, I think, the human average reaction time. So 4 times better. So I still think that's pretty good.
So Wayne clarified and says 300 milliseconds seems too much. It seems like it literally has a 300 millisecond latency from photon to control. If someone can test this, I'd love and support. And he says, I agree, a consistent 300 milliseconds is faster than a human who might not notice something for seconds. But I expect FSD to consistently react in like 30 milliseconds, i.e. 1 frame.
Interesting. I think 1 frame is 16 milliseconds, so that would be 2 frames. And that would essentially be, I would think, kind of the ideal. I'm not seeing 300 milliseconds though. So when I see I'm at a stoplight and it turns to green, it seems to react in about the 100 millisecond range. It's difficult to tell without a 1,000 frame camera, but the visualizations I don't feel like are tied now to actuations from V12. I feel like the visualizations are delayed. In other words, they're not tied in to the foundational neural net. It feels like they're just reacting to whatever the old kind of like drive space used to be, and I'm trying to remember the name of that net that they had at AI Day. But they don't seem to be tied together because it reacts much faster than the visualization shows. So that's what I'm
Okay,
seeing with
good.
V12.
Machine.
What?
Do you have anything to say on this?
300 milliseconds too slow. It's the reaction time of a slow human like yourself or Omar. Elite people like me.
My reaction time is really good, actually. Like it's like the best.
Yeah, I know
If you look at my swimming races and you kind of look at the starts, seriously, I am on the European level, by the way, in European races, #1, and it's very clear in the camera. It's pretty amazing, actually.
Well,
So thank you
this
very
isn't
much.
Europeans are slow, so from all the poor malnutrition, from lack of potatoes.
I will tell you though, Neil Scott Walter has the best backstroke start that I've ever seen. I mean, that guy was amazing. I watched him live in Greece, and he's an American, and he broke like 3 world records or something in
Well,
that race. It was insane.
The best hand stroke I've seen is Omar when he's on.
Relax. Okay, so 300 millisecond is like a slow human, and why isn't it 30 milliseconds? Is the question.
Well, I mean, number one, you have a frame rate issue of how many frames they're processing from the compute side. Number two, ultimately, even if you had a very high sampling rate and inference processing rate, there's still a limit in terms of confidence based on the quality of the signal coming in. So if you have a low megabit camera, then you just need to sample enough images to get a good enough SNR, signal to noise ratio. And so that takes some time. Whereas a human, the view is basically immediately clear. So there might be some delay because of that. Ultimately, you don't have to be better than a human necessarily to perform well. So I don't think long term it's an issue.
Okay, good. We have more hands from incredible speakers. Okay. And I just feel like even though this space has been going on for 4 hours, it's criminal. It would be criminal for me to end the space right now. So we're going to keep going. But having said that, if you'd like to support the space, the Patreon link is at the top of our screens. Please sign up. Please chip in. And so we can keep this going. If everyone in this space right now signed up, I could focus on this full time. It's really that simple. I know Machine has a bad joke prepped that he wants to say, so let's get it out of the way. Go ahead.
No, I mean I wanted to come up briefly.
No.
Discuss
Hold on.
LiDAR.
Let's go through the other ones real quick, and then we'll get to that. I know you want to talk about that. Omar West Yoda. Quick points, please.
So the best estimate for perception time for a human is 3/4 of a second or 750 milliseconds. Of this, 500 milliseconds is perception. So it takes us 500 milliseconds to actually see something, and then it takes us an extra 200 milliseconds to actually move. So even if it was only 300 millisecond response time, that's already half of the human response time. And that kind of matches up just with what I'm seeing anecdotally. You have at traffic lights, it turns green, it's the first one to go. It starts moving before I even notice that the traffic light is green. It reacts to people who pop up before I even see them, right? So, and then I think it's not actually even 300 milliseconds. I think it can respond even faster than that. When you look at the visualization, it's really on a completely separate computer. So you have the autopilot computer doing perception and then essentially outputting like a JSON payload with visual information that needs to be rendered. and then it gets sent over the Ethernet bus to the MCU, and then it displays that in the visualization. So it's not like it's that critical that it needs to get there faster than 300 milliseconds. 300 milliseconds is fine, but it's already had plenty of time to actually actuate on that data while it's moving off the autopilot computer into the MCU over Ethernet.
Yoda then West.
West then Yoda.
West then Yoda.
Average driver reaction time, an alert driver is 1 second. Average driver is 1.2 to 1.5, and that is from seeing the thing to actually applying enough brakes to be reacting to the thing. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank
1200 milliseconds.
Great. Yoda then Machine.
Yeah, I mean, in real life, an older, experienced driver probably drives safer and better than a teenager driver who supposedly maybe have a faster reaction time. And then I thought what Omar said a couple of conversations ago about the inference is happening in the car rather than at some data center is maybe not understood by most people. When you ask a question to ChatGPT, that's happening on the server side somewhere else. It's not happening on your laptop or a phone, but the driving is happening in your car. That inference is in your car.
Machine. Yeah, Yoda, I just want to say I was earlier in a macro related space and people were talking about inference training and everything. You're so right. I think people are so confused about what those terms mean. Machine.
I see people pulling out numbers from like JD Power. So just be clear that the raw reaction time of a human is like 200, 300 milliseconds. And then maybe when you're driving on top of that, there's a whole other set of delays. But that's not, and that's not the real physiological one. Secondly, you're taking average of a distribution. Be careful because the distribution might be skewed with fat tails, like very old people. And I don't think you want to compare FSD to old people. That being said, like sure, I think 300 milliseconds could be satisfactory because that's already like near human physiology. So I think it's fine. But don't pretend that normal human drivers who have are fully conscious, had their caffeine, are reacting in like 1 to 2 seconds, and that would be acceptable. That's not acceptable. Okay, maybe Tesla realized this, that they're too slow, and that's why they're ramping up purchase of lidars because their perception stack is too slow, and they knew they need to get lidars to get the reaction time down. Maybe this is how everything's connected. None of you have seen it. You just haven't made that connection yet, and I have.
You know what I made a connection with Machine?
Your butt.
Omar.
Yeah, so Tesla's definitely not using LiDAR. Anyone who says that doesn't really know what they're talking about. I mean, they're using it for ground truth training data as they have for years. But, when we talk about 3/4 of a second or 1 second, that's really the best case response time of a focused human. We're talking about the limits of biology. Okay, it takes us 500 milliseconds to perceive a threat if we're paying attention, and then another 200 milliseconds to react to it. But what is the response time of your average human who is on TikTok while they're driving in traffic? It's probably maybe even above 2000 milliseconds. So autopilot, I think, can actually be far below, 300 milliseconds. I think you could probably get to, 100 or 200 milliseconds maybe, which I think would be, far better than human. So like think about that when like the physical biology of a human is not as good as the system can process data. And that's very much coming. Even if you don't think it can happen with hardware 3, they got hardware 4. They got hardware 5. It's clear Pete Bannon and his team are just leaving biology in the dust.
What do you think of Rivian's results?
I haven't spent any time.
Actually, you know what? Just screw that. Do you want to talk about LiDAR? Luminar?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm sure it is just for validation and evaluation. I mean, we know they've been testing for many years, evaluating the depth perception of their vision-based system. I would expect, based on this purchase, I think it's something like $1 million or $2 million, and someone said maybe they cost $1,000 to $2,000. So they're still buying quite a number. This is not just a few test vehicles. This might be in the order of thousands of vehicles. So that's interesting. I think it still could be for evaluation, showing how well the system performs, and even as a persuasive tactic, whether it's to the public or to the government or regulators, to say, listen, I know you got these guys who are saying you need to have LiDAR. Well, look, we've collected all this data, and here's the comparison. You don't need LiDAR. I think that's one avenue here. There is always some chance that they're testing for more development purposes in the future, that they might add LiDAR. I mean, that you have to give that at least some small chance, but most likely not.
What about Optimus? Machine.
What'd you ask?
What about LiDAR for Optimus potentially?
For object detection?
Optimus.
Oh. I don't think LiDAR has high enough resolution to, I mean, of course it can help, but I feel like cameras, honestly, I have to think about it some.
Really? Wow. You're going to skip on the answer. Amazing. Omar.
I think it's crystal clear to me what these LiDARs are for. They're for the gathering of ground truth data to train FSD12. Tesla has been doing this for a number of years, since 2021. And if you just look at, for example, the number of service centers, so the service centers all have a ADAS driver stationed at every service center, and they go out and they do, different tests. They get a daily build of FSD. So the number of service centers, Tesla locations, is 1258, and there's also 1897 mobile service fleet. So if you do $2 million and you divide that by $1,000 to $2,000 average selling price for the product, then it gets you to about exactly the number of service centers. So I would bet that this is just related to the international expansion of FSD. They probably want to equip a lot more cars around the world with LiDAR to sort of gather that ground truth data. And, Luminar kind of wants to play this off as a triumph, like, our biggest customer is Tesla. They did 10% of the revenue in this quarter, but I mean,
more than 10%.
More than 10%. But, when your biggest customer basically hates LiDAR and they're buying your LiDAR to train a model that makes your company obsolete, it's kind of like a deal with the devil. It's like, okay, we sold them all these LiDARs and then they trained this model so their cars don't need LiDAR. Like, okay, you're getting a little bit of sales today, but you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot for tomorrow. Like, I wouldn't even sell to them if I were Luminar.
Omar, are you saying Tesla is sort of buying these LiDARs to maybe build some sort of emulator or calibrating kind of the camera system to mimic what a LiDAR could see or sense?
Yeah, so, they showed a picture of a tree. They go, here's the tree from 10 feet away. And we know it's 10 feet away because we put a LiDAR on the car and we measured it. Okay, here's the tree from 5 feet away. Here it is from 1 feet away. And you show that to the neural net, and then you can show it a new image and you can say, how many feet do you think we are away? And it can say, well, it looks like we're like 7 feet away. right? So you're essentially creating an AI model that allows you to get the output of the LiDAR without the LiDAR. And I think, it's really become clear that vision is the future and it's the way forward. I mean, 12 shows that, but really, like, what you've seen with 12 is the models, driving is really not about seeing what's in front of you. It's about seeing what's going to happen in 10 seconds. It's about seeing into the near future. So you not only need to see the scene, you actually need to perceive what the future of the scene is and predict the future behavior of the agents in the scene. And deep learning is really well equipped to do that. And when you have LiDAR, it can give you the position data very accurately, but it's lower resolution. So it won't show you things like, for example, the face of the person. Where are they looking, right? Are they looking at their phone? What's the expression on their face? How is their body moving? All of that sort of high resolution imagery, high resolution data that allows you, with the combination of deep learning, which you need a big data set for, which low cost cameras are conducive to. That's really what it's about. It's about predicting the future. And the high resolution of cameras gives you that better than, LiDAR is better than camera at predicting the distance. But they've been able to get the pure vision model to work so well that there isn't really that much of a performance difference on Waymo and Tesla. And you have this, foresight ability that comes from vision that I think is really the key to enabling self-driving.
I mean, I can do without seeing machine's face. Machine.
I just want to add some thoughts on your question about Optimus. I mean, I just have to think about some because it's not obvious to me. You have kind of two directions here. One is for Optimus, you're basically handling much slower moving things that are closer. In some sense, you would think that allows more time for the cameras to build up a proper depth estimation. But at the same time, the lack of things moving, including Optimus, makes it harder for it to get an accurate depth estimation. You get the best depth estimation when something's moving, so you can get some sense of foreground versus background. And for LiDAR, there may be benefit in that aspect because if you're just Optimus staring at a table, trying to figure out where the eggs are, how far away they are, a LiDAR can just tell you very accurately right away. You don't need some fancy LiDAR, expensive, that needs to go 200 meters. You can just take your iPhone LiDAR, like I have on mine, and that can add value. I don't know if Luminar, is this Luminar? What company it was?
Yeah, Lumina.
I don't know if they just do automotive LiDARs. So I don't know if it's clear that these are automotive, but if it was, more basic LiDARs, like for smartphones, like why not add that to an Optimus? That will make the overall depth perception better. It's not going to hurt. Okay, it's just about the cost. And these things I don't think are that expensive ultimately long term, especially ones you only need to have, let's say, 30, 40 meters of range.
Now Optimus's production is limited by Luminar's production.
It's true.
Delete,
It's
delete,
true.
delete. It works.
Machine obviously has never worked in volume
nothing.
production before.
You
Machine
know,
does not have any experience in producing anything other than bullshit. So wait, go ahead.
no, I mean, I know you guys just pray at the altar of Sir Elon Musk, but even Sir Elon Musk uses LiDAR at SpaceX. Okay.
And at Tesla.
And exactly. And you don't know anything about sensor fusion. Okay. I know about sensor fusion. If you properly build a model with the proper sensor fusion, you will get a better result if you use multiple sensors than if you use just one. The trade-off is always how much is it worth the effort to add the additional sensor versus the marginal benefit that you may get in accuracy. That's the challenge. You have to balance that cost versus benefit trade-off. Okay, and I'm saying in some situations, in many situations around the world, people use sensors and they use multiple sensors to do lots of things. They don't just use one just because, oh, we can do good enough with just one. If they can do better and it matters, then they'll do it. And for FSD, of course, it's preposterous to think we just have to have one because the reliability needs to be so high. It's quite possible to get the best version of robotaxi that's better than human. You might need an additional sensor just for those weird edge cases. Maybe, maybe not. Tesla doesn't need to worry about it right now because they're not going to go put $1,000 LiDAR on each vehicle. That would be preposterous. They would have lost, how many vehicles they have on the road now? 6 million? They would have lost $6 billion extra versus current day if they had stuck a LiDAR on these vehicles for nothing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a dead debate at this point. I mean, you look at the Lucid Air, and they put LiDAR on their vehicles for Dream Drive, and Dream Drive sucks. It can't even change lanes. So if you believe the people who thought it was all about hardware, well, you probably made the wrong decision. It's like you're trying to, pick somebody for a basketball team, and you go, oh, this guy's really tall. He'd probably be a great basketball player, but you didn't realize he doesn't have a brain. So he's just standing there, and the short, fat guy is, scoring 3-pointers and dunking on him. And, you know, I think brains are ultimately the most important for self driving.
JT didn't like the analogy. He dropped off. Good job, Omar. Yoda.
Machine, I guess let's say if your car has a backup camera but then you have the option to maybe put in one of those beeper sensors that if you're about to hit something that's, a few inches away, it would beep. Would you spend, $50 on the hardware, another $50 to install that beeper?
No, because it's not life or death for the ability to operate the software at scale like robotaxi. First of all, I didn't say you have to have LiDAR. I'm just pointing out this cost benefit analysis needs to be done. And at some point, it might be worth it. You can't just ultimately always say less sensors is better. That's egregious. It's reckless. It's devoid of knowledge of any signal processing knowledge or use in a product. Just people sitting online, yapping away,
Yeah,
just
we get
listening
it.
to whatever
We get your point.
baby Elon tells them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's more than that. I mean, you have a proof of concept that this system with the least amount of sensors is actually performing the best, right? So I think there really was some wisdom there that for deep learning, simplifying it, not worrying about other sensor modalities, not worrying about sensor fusion, and just focusing on one sensor modality had a ton
Yeah.
of benefits. Like it may
Let me
not seem
okay, let me
apparent.
ask you guys. Hold on one second. Let me ask you. Omar, what probability will Tesla's purpose-built robotaxi and Optimus have vision only in your mind? And that same question for machine.
99.99%.
Machine?
40%.
Whoa. All right. I think we kind of stumbled upon a good topic. Wow. This is really interesting. Okay, machine, let me ask you this. Is it coming from the purpose-built robotaxi or coming from the Optimus side of the question?
I think robotaxi more right now. I mean, I could argue both cases a bit. And first of all, I said 40%. I'm not
Okay.
saying it's
Okay.
fully
Now,
likely.
okay. So you're saying, just to be clear, more likely than not, it will have more than cameras. Purpose-built robotaxi. Wow, that's
Almost,
amazing. That's a massive
almost
prediction.
assuredly, it will at least be designed to have radar.
Oh my gosh, are you
And if I had to
serious?
bet, I would definitely say radar over lidar, because there's more
Oh
orthogonality
my God.
between what radar sees and cameras versus cameras and lidar.
Why would you take away radar if that was the case?
Listen, because these vehicles that all of you operate or you pretend to have, like you yourself, you don't actually own a Tesla, aren't actually fully autonomous robotaxis. They don't actually need to have those
I
sensors.
understand, but why not? Interesting. So give us a couple sentences on why you think radar is necessary for robotaxis, but not for ADAS.
Reliability. You want to be able to detect as many objects or whatever else that you might possibly incur correctly. You want that sensitivity of object detection and specificity to be extremely high. Both. You can't have false positives, you can't have false negatives. And cameras are going to do very, very well. But ultimately, as any algorithm with any sensor, there's an upper limit on how well they can do. The question simply becomes, is that upper limit better than what would be needed for robotaxi? And for robotaxi, my problem is simply the thresholds in general are so high that it may just be, even though the cameras do so well, they only have an issue once every 30,000 miles. Can you imagine that? This thing's driving around, it sees everything perfectly, except for like 1 second every 30,000 miles. You would say, this is amazing software. Omar would be on Spaces and YouTube 8 hours a day saying how well it's working. And yet still, it would not be good enough for robotaxi because it would still be getting in an accident.
Okay,
more
now let me
often
ask you
than-
this. I got your point. Ay, ay, ay.
What the
How did these people make it up here? Macro analyst just approving everybody. Just leave it up to me, dude. Or lady. Machine, let me ask you this. Do you actually have can you prove with math that vision only has an upper limit? That even if the software is so good and perfect, there's no way it's going to be as good as 6.9 requires. Do you have that math, or are you speculating?
No, I'm speculating. In theory, I mean, I agree. In theory, if you have a very high resolution cameras all over, and you have enough compute, that you probably could drive better than a human. That's possible, I would say. I'm just saying.
Okay, you're speculating.
It's all speculation. Everyone's
You could have just
speculating.
said I'm speculating, and it would be fine. Yoda?
Machine, did you overpack in your last business trip? And Omar, did you underpack?
No, I usually overpack. I just kind of throw my whole closet in the suitcase, and even if I'm only going for like 3 days, I'll bring 20 outfits.
Machine?
Let me ask you this question better, Tesla Yoda.
Machine, no. Do you have it? Do you ever pack shirts, or do you just go half naked everywhere?
I have tank tops only. Nothing else. No underwear. Just tank tops. I'll ask Tesla Yoda. You're going on a trip. This trip, you pack whatever you want in your carry-on, but if I'm not going to tell you need something, but you have to guess. If you don't pack it, then you're going to die. What are you going to pack?
I would pack a LiDAR.
Omar?
Yeah, I mean, I just can't even believe that we're still having this discussion after all these years with all this evidence and him insisting, oh, the cameras aren't going to work. The cameras aren't going to work. And they just keep working better and better and better. And he's never adjusting his mental model saying, I never predicted it would work that well. Maybe it actually works better than I think. And again, the key here is deep learning, okay? Deep learning is the key to driving the car. Now, how do you do deep learning? You have a bunch of compute and a bunch of data. Now, if the sensors cost thousands of dollars, you're not going to have as much training data as you do with pure vision. You're not going to have the resolution to make the right judgment calls, right? And more resolution for a LiDAR obviously adds cost. It's not just about seeing objects, right? It's about predicting what they're going to do. I saw that guy, but is he going to cross in front of me or is he not going to cross in front of me? I can't slam on the brakes when he's not going to, and I can't forget to brake when he is going to. And doing that accurately, it requires deep learning. So that's really why the cameras are so powerful and why they've been so underestimated. It's because of their combination with deep learning. Because these sensors are cheap, they're $10, right? 100 times cheaper than the LiDAR at least, and they're plentiful. That allows you to train these deep learning models, which are actually the key to solving the problem.
Okay.
I really have no idea what he's talking about. He's just making up straw man arguments left and right. First of all, if anyone knew my history on this topic, you would have known I fully support and supported Tesla's approach in the face of roaring crowds telling me you need to have LiDAR right away. You need to do things like Waymo. I didn't say that. I think for myself. Okay. I don't take some position. You want to pigeonhole me into some Waymo like supporter. Deep learning is the way. And I knew Tesla would figure out how to make cameras turn into some magic over the years. But ultimately, my point still remains in terms of sensor fusion and the likelihood that you may have some very, very few edge cases where maybe it might help, especially with radar, by the way, more than LiDAR. Um, and, I fully support the deep learning approach. I support the approach Tesla's taken for not adding these sensors unless they needed to. But I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised on an actual designed robotaxi that they have to plan out and hopefully plan for worst case. And the worst case might be, well, maybe we do need to add these other sensors just to make it even better. That they would design the robotaxi vehicle for that. That would be the conservative, realistic thing to do.
You guys should make a coffee bet.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a coffee bet on whether they put LiDAR on the robotaxi. I think it's an
Well,
easy
he
bet
says
too.
radar.
No, let's bet radar. You're so confident everything's
Sure.
camera only.
Yeah.
Let's bet radar.
Sure. Yeah. Radar or LiDAR. Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
All
Elon
right, so
already
let's
said on
make
the
this.
last
Let's
earnings
make
call that it's
yeah.
a pure vision robotaxi. So
Machine, did you hear that?
No, I didn't. I just assumed he was cursing me out.
No, he says. Thank you. He says that Elon said on the last earnings call that it's going to be a pure vision robotaxi.
Well, maybe I already lost the bet, but I'm still gonna stick with my word and go with that it's gonna have radar.
Omar?
So, let's really dig into this argument a little bit. Let's concede that other sensor modalities such as radar or LiDAR might have some information that could make the driving process better. And let's say, it doesn't cost anything extra to add them. Well, you still would not need those things to get better than human safety because humans don't have access to that information. So if you're trying to just beat the human as a MVP, you can do that without that information. Now, if you did want to layer on additional sensor modalities, for example, let's say on your high-end vehicles or something like that, that's always on the table as something you can do. But if you build a really strong foundation and vision, your overall system's going to be stronger because let's say a rock, falls down from the mountain and hits your LiDAR and breaks it and it doesn't work anymore. Well, how is your car going to drive in a failure event. Let's say the wire gets disconnected or something happens, the LiDAR fails, or let's say it freaks out because of bad weather or whatever. You want a vision model that's strong enough that if everything else fails, that vision model can drive the car, because you can't drive without vision. And to the extent that other sensor modalities help, I think you can layer that on top. But it's really good to have a base level offering that is pure vision. And finally, as we talk about, again, I think this is a really important point. Over 1 million deaths around the world in car crashes, 1.3 million deaths. Only 40,000 of those happened in the United States. So really the vast majority of the benefit of this technology in terms of lives saved is going to be not in the first world countries, but around the world. And there, a $10 camera system versus a system that uses thousands of dollars of LiDAR, it makes a huge difference in terms of market penetration. So you may say, oh, let's put this extra hardware on the car. We can, maybe make it a little bit better. But you're essentially then saying that the technology isn't going to be available to many markets in the world that need it.
Machine.
Well, I fully agree with you on building the foundation on vision, that it should be able to operate without any other sensors. I totally agree. So I've always agreed with Tesla's approach. And I agree with their approach.
That's what I think. I think, sorry to interrupt you, but I think that's kind of the issue. Is a lot of times LiDAR gets used as an excuse to not make that foundation strong, rather than to augment a strong foundation in vision.
And that Tesla getting rid of using radar for a while made sense, because it's annoying to try to fuse these things. Every time you update your model, you update your occupancy network, and you're like, oh crap, how do I refuse the radar with this? What a waste of time. And you're trying to iterate quickly. So I totally agree that they did not need to do that, or nor do they need to do it right now. Eventually, though, just keep in mind, it shouldn't be as much of a problem if they're doing everything through end-to-end deep learning. At some point, they should just be able to collect data with cars that have radar and have an end-to-end model that learns how to use it. And maybe it learns that it really doesn't need to use it. That might be one outcome. So, but I do agree with you in their overall approach.
Yeah, Machine, one question is, I guess the benefit of camera is that it produces video clips that can be used for training. You can label what's on it. You can train. What is the data set that comes with uh, radar or lidar, and can it be used for training somehow?
I'm not sure. I mean, you may be asking something separate, but you can certainly, in an end-to-end, train with LiDAR just as we do with cameras as inputs, just based on human disengagement. You can do the same thing. It's just additional input. You still have the same back prop from the difference between what a human would do and what the computer does. Yeah, to answer that question, one other point I just want to make was, you know, I'm not arguing something absurd like Mobileye, their CEO, is trying to argue that having radar and lidar makes them have a quote redundant system, making this perception that you have some sort of backup system in case the cameras go nutty. It's such a lie. It's not like you're going to go drive around just on radar and lidar. If your camera fails, your system's done. Okay? If the camera fails, you're going to stop the car. I don't care if you have lidar or radar. So I don't believe in any of that talk either. Okay? People are trying to make it seem like these things are magical tools. They're going to help you and be fail safes. They're not going to be fail safes. They just add incrementally.
But you said, what if the camera fails every 30,000 miles? And now you're admitting that if the camera fails, you can't drive the car. I mean, I've kind of had this realization with my Cybertruck. I pull out of my garage, I use the rear view camera. Then I pull forward, I use the front view camera. Then I change lanes, I'm looking at the side view camera. The rear view mirror doesn't even show anything because the tonneau's closed. And I realized, like, wait a minute, I'm driving entirely with these cameras. I can't even drive if these cameras fail. And they've done a lot of work to make them insanely reliable. So, I think the cameras are really the foundation. And, think about like your camera on your phone. Has your camera on your phone ever failed? You just take it out one day and it just suddenly can't take pictures or something like that? No. I mean, they figured out how to make cameras work pretty well.
No, I'm not.
There are people. Go ahead.
I'm not saying the camera's going to fail every 30,000 miles. I'm saying there's going to be some misinterpretation of what the camera sees every 30,000 miles, perhaps. An example of that might just be something like some weird pothole that has been somehow painted over or gives off some reflection in the sun in some weird way that the camera isn't able to accurately estimate the depth of that pothole and just in that one time. And the LiDAR might be able to pick up the depth and would essentially say, hey, in this one time, oh, what? No, that is a pothole. And if you didn't have it, the car would have ran right into the pothole. And that's the sort of example.
Yeah, but is that worth putting extra equipment into tens of millions of cars?
Only if it affects the accident rate enough, right? And we don't know.
It's not, yeah. Okay. So you're not really saying anything that nobody agrees with. I think everyone would agree with what you're saying.
Well, I don't know. Right. I think everyone here just thinks there's no way ever you would ever use LiDAR or radar. You don't need to. And I just gave you an example where maybe you would.
Yeah, but then you can make the same argument. Like the way you're kind of making this argument is like catch-all, can't be proven wrong. And like, for example, you can say something like, what if there's a human behind our wall? So we should put infrared sensors into all Teslas, What if there's like one situation where if a Tesla flew, like literally hovered, we could avoid the 1 billionth probability of an accident. Therefore, we should make all Teslas fly. Like that's just we can't.
That's fine.
So what's the point of going around the circle, around and around? Don't you want to spend time with your wife?
The point is
to escape.
I want to spend time with your wife, your ex-wife, because I know you're not married. You're spending too much time on here, just like the rest of you losers.
I know. My dating life is suffering because of these spaces. If you want to help my dating life, sign up for Patreon. The link is at the top of your screen, so Machine can stop making fun of me for not having a girlfriend.
How is that going to help your dating life? Are you going to take someone on a date with the Patreon money?
No, I would never do that. Because I'm committed to Machine. Machine.
Listen, this conversation only came up because Tesla is the largest purchaser of Luminar LiDARs. We're just trying to understand why, right? So it's just speculation. That's all. I wouldn't have brought it up.
You're kind of like you're making an argument that's not possible to disprove, and everyone would agree with this. And then Omar just catering to your nonsense.
I didn't start this conversation saying that's what Tesla bought them for, right?
We have people. I'm dealing with people in the replies who are trying to get their ideas to Adrian because they think he's Elon.
Adrian sucks. Okay, this guy.
I'm serious. Like, there's a guy who just keeps requesting speed because he's like, I don't need to introduce my technology to Adrian.
Adrian is
relax.
Some dude in his basement. Okay, half these people think Adrian's Elon Musk, which is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This is like an IQ test. And then the other 40% of the people honestly think this is how he talks. Okay, those people are also dumb. Okay, this guy.
I think you kind of fit into the lower 50% there because you still haven't figured out that one last part that would have put you right up there on completion.
This
seriously.
Is
seriously. You have a problem. You have a problem with me.
I have a problem.
Temporal. Hold on. Let's hear this idea that can see the future. Temporal.
Hey, check my profile, please.
Is that all you want to say? And you request to speak 20 times. 20 times. Like the 19th time wasn't enough, and you're like 20th time is the trial.
Dear God, why do you want to show your tech to me? Everyone's like, hey, we're here, check out this tech, check out this. I'm not going to repost anything that anyone puts out. That's not happening. That's the actual only reason. It's not that there is a kind of like assumption that I'm some guy that I'm not. It's just the reach itself. It's not happening. The only tech I will shill is the one that's developed by Elon and something that I will develop in the future. That's it. That's the only fucking tech. Everything else, no.
All right. Mario, then Omar, then Michelle.
Yaman, here's the offer. Patreons only. You live stream your coffee dates with your date, and you walk out when she doesn't know the difference between level 4 and level 5.
Dude, there's no, I mean, the number of people who know that difference is so low.
Sounds like a match for Meta.
EV1 says, gotta run. Machine's mom and I have tango lessons. And how many people is she seeing, Machine?
This is just
Omar.
character assassination at this point.
I mean, isn't that her eye?
Omar.
Yeah, so going back to the discussion about LiDAR, is it useful and is it worth it? And Machine's example of this pothole. So, first of all, you can see potholes. That's how humans respond to them. They see them. And there's no indication that the lack of LiDAR would prevent FSD from achieving superhuman performance on pothole detection, which, by the way, you run over a pothole is probably not the end of the world usually. People do it all the time. But I think they can definitely get to superhuman pothole detection just by A, paying attention all the time, and B, just sending data up to the server about where the known pothole locations are and then just changing ahead of time. So do they need LiDAR to detect a pothole better than a human? No, I don't think so. And the benefits are very dubious. Like, you really kind of have to reach to come up with some hypothetical situation where it's useful. And you just ask people like what their disengagements are and figure out what percentage of those would have been helped by LiDAR or radar. It's almost none, right? People say things like, it picked the wrong lane. Okay. LiDAR's not going to help you pick the right lane. We got Waymos driving on the wrong side of the street. So is it really that useful? A lot of these benefits are dubious. Then is it worth it? I think it's important that we kind of understand the full cost involved. It's not just a financial cost, it's a technical cost, right? So from a financial perspective, of course, you have $1,000 plus part on the vehicle. Like Elon said, it's a game of pennies. They're really scraping for every penny they can scrape out. $1,000 is a lot. It needs to be $100 or $10, and I'm sure it'll get there eventually. But you've got that. Then you have a production step you have to add, which means now there's another employee manning another station. They got to connect the wiring harness. Now your production's a little bit slower. Now on the compute side, you need more I/O bandwidth to handle this 3D LiDAR data. You need compute that you're dedicating to that. At what point does it affect the latency in a way that's unfavorable so that the response time is greater because it's now having to process this LiDAR data? You have power consumption from the LiDAR that's making your range go lower, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we could go on and, you got repair costs if it breaks. You have, data network bandwidth if you're sending up training data. It's a long list of, costs that goes with these things. And it's a lot, like what you see is usually only the tip of the iceberg. So that's why I think they have this philosophy of just delete, 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 because often the sort of long tail of that, now you got to hire a LiDAR engineer, a firmware engineer, and, you have all these people who are working on it. And when you just focus and you simplify and you reduce parts, their costs are actually usually way more than we think about. And the benefits, they seem kind of dubious to me.
$25 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go till the end of the space. Any questions, comments, please look to speak. 25 minutes to go. Machine.
Yeah, I think this conversation's basically been beaten to death. Much like the death that Omar
It was
wants to
beaten to this before it started, dude.
much like the death Omar wants to instill on the population. I mean, if this guy was the CEO and someone said, listen, we could save an extra 100 people a year from dying if we install this LiDAR, or we could save $10,000, he would choose the money. It's just reprehensible, almost as reprehensible as Adrian practicing an accent for probably 5 years to then come on Spaces, or buying a
There's a
voice
guy whose
modulator.
name is Xander Sky. Go talk to him. He's been with me physically. You can ask whatever you want of him, except, of course, facial details and such. Perhaps you could also make an effort of educating yourself before making various claims, like everyone else. You're no better than everyone else. That's possibly also why I have delusional takes. Perhaps, just perhaps. I love how Tesla Q speaks for itself in terms of merit. It's funny.
Did you just call me Tesla Q?
Nah, it's just an example.
Ten.
Just had a quick question for probably for Omar, since he's driven the most FSD here. In the UK, I've driven just basic autopilot a lot, and I've noticed if it's raining and it's nighttime, often it just says, "Are the cameras obstructed?" Have you done much nighttime rain driving? Probably not as often in California, but I was wondering your thoughts on that. And obviously, for humans, you've got the windshield wiper, which is effectively clearing the screen in front of the eyes. Do you think other cameras would need some sort of cleaning system?
Well, they can actually see through water pretty well. So it's been raining a lot this year in California, and it's kind of amazing how well it does, even in the nighttime. I think V12 had a little bit of a regression on nighttime in the early versions, but now they're catching up. Version 11 had no performance degradation in the night or the rain practically. So, sometimes you get that little warning where they're telling you, you got bad weather or something. But what you can do is just kind of, wipe the front windshield and try and get under some cover and then turn it on. Like get under a gas station canopy or something like that and turn it on. And then it should continue to work as long as you don't disengage or anything like that. So it's got a pretty wide operating envelope. Obviously, with very heavy rain, it's not going to work. There are limits to how much rain it can handle. And hopefully they can continue to expand that over time. But I find that if you get that warning, just kind of, give it some cover to kind of orient itself, turn it on, and then it actually works pretty well in the rain.
Cool, thank you.
Rare. Robert.
I'm glad that someone brought up the nighttime driving with rain as a limitation for FSD. I've had some significant issues with driving the car or the car driving itself on version 12.3.6 or whatever it currently is on. Even after it clears up, the car is still significantly limited on speed, almost to the point where it's unsafe to drive the vehicle because the rest of the traffic is going at a safe speed for the road conditions. So any thoughts on bringing back radar or LiDAR to help in those situations? Side note, I've had a couple of flat tires from potholes, and I don't think it's okay to just blow past the whole pothole situation. That can lead to significant damage to vehicles as well as accidents on the road.
Yeah, I mean, definitely nobody wants to run over a pothole. I think we can all agree on that. But in terms of needing radar or LiDAR for the rain, it's not really an issue. What you're describing sounds like more of an issue with the auto speed, which maybe needs some tuning in bad weather conditions. But for example, with version 11, you could drive version 11 and there would be no performance degradation between the day and the night, or the rain and the sunshine almost. It would still be doing zero intervention drives in the rain. So I think from a hardware perspective and a software perspective, deep learning and the cameras are definitely capable. Um, it sounds like maybe they just need some more training of auto speed for inclement weather to learn how to handle that. And they're probably erring more on the side of being cautious. So if it's too annoying right now, just take over, drive yourself, or maybe turn off auto speed. And, hopefully in 12.4 or a future build, that issue is resolved.
This might be a dumb question here, but if I am taken off out of FSD and taken over and driving in those situations, wouldn't that decrease the learning for the FSD software?
No, it actually increases it because they train on your manual driving data. So whenever it's doing something that's wrong, just do it yourself and it'll catch on eventually. Like it's not going to catch on right away, but they're going to get the data they need to train it to eventually do the right thing.
Thank you, Michelle, for contributing on YouTube Live. Thank you very much. Shinonia.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for letting me speak. Please don't yell at me, Yaman. I'm like so afraid of you. But anyway, I have a question. It's kind of a two-part question for Omar and for Adrian. So for Omar, Mr. Tesla expert, I don't know if you've answered this question before. If Tesla has, because I do not own a Tesla yet. I'm just, it's on my wish list. But anyway, if it has a kid mode where you can like put it on that mode and your kids can't take the seatbelt off if they're having a tantrum in the back seat. But anyway, and then my question for Adrian, you tend to enjoy, what do you call it, classical music. So what is your favorite piece and what model Tesla would you want to listen to it in? Sorry, I'm on my
I
evening
don't really
walk,
have
so
a
breathing heavy.
I don't really have a preference for which pieces specifically. I kind of like all of them. Just kind of seep through them at random. I just love the variation, and it's nice. It's nice. It's like listening to. It's like sitting next to a river and listening to how the water, flows past. It's quite nice. As for what model of Tesla, I think for sound specifically, I would definitely pick the Cybertruck. It's insane. Like if the subwoofer is actually out of this world. It's absolutely amazing.
David Katz.
Thank you. To the person that talked about the driving that's during the rating times, I come down a mountain pass and there are times when it's in between and it still wants to limit the speed, but I can leave it in the self-driving and hit the accelerator and it will still drive itself but go faster. So don't feel like you can't control part of how it operates.
Rare but interesting.
It's so funny, honestly, that Tesla is the biggest customer of one of the leading LiDAR companies. Like what that really shows is how few customers they actually have.
Machine.
Yeah, when I heard that, my first thought was, oh my God, maybe I should short this company. Like they probably already devalued so much, but if Tesla's the largest customer, just shows you there's no hope for them otherwise.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of a two-part question. I've always been curious about something, Omar. Does FSD use Google street level map data for any of the drive?
No, it actually doesn't, to the best of my knowledge. It uses data from TomTom and OpenStreetMap and other sources that allow Tesla to store the full raw map data locally.
Okay, I've got a follow-up question to that in that case, if I may. I live in a gated community, and I've been using or testing FSD for just about 2 years now. 2 years next month, and no version of FSD, including the present one, has ever been able to find its way into my neighborhood or to my house. And I was assuming that was because the Google Street Earth vehicle was never able to gain access to my gated community. So it's a weird edge case, but it's been a frustrating one for me. And I know other people that live in gated areas may be experiencing something similar.
It could be that you're not on the map if it's not navigating you into that neighborhood. It could be that their
Well,
map database is just missing that for some reason.
yeah, I've updated the open source map myself just to make sure that everything is as it should be, and it is. But it's just a really weird one. It wants to flip a U-turn in front of my neighborhood and park in front of the retaining wall on the parkway that is right adjacent to my neighborhood and as close as the Google vehicle could have gotten. That's why I was wondering if somehow the street mapping has something to do with it. It's really strange.
Okay, machine.
I just want to comment on how amazing this speaker's profile is. Phineas J. Quackenbush the fourth.
We have 15 minutes. Nick?
Thanks, Machine.
Wait, one thing I want to say. Try dropping a pin by your house and
Yeah,
see
that's
if
what I was
that
gonna
helps.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually done that. I've tried that already, and nothing I seems to do works. The pin finds my house. I mean, my house appears on the map. It's just that the routing never makes its way into the neighborhood. It's gotten as close as the gate in the
Why
most
don't you
recent
DM me
update.
and send me some photos, and maybe I can try and take a
Thank
look
you.
at what
Nick?
your map looks like.
Be happy to. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so scared every time I come up here that you're gonna yell at me or
You should be.
scream at
You should
me,
be.
or
I think
you
people
know,
should be scared. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is
you,
not a charity. This is not a charity. Okay.
you have just
I
create. You're
want
just
people
so
to
violent.
feel like if you want a community, if you want fun, singing songs, holding hands, go to Adrian Spaces. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so I'm just so scared. But should I? I just got early access to get the Cybertruck. Should I do it?
Yeah,
Are
do
you
it.
broke?
No.
Well,
Robert. Robert.
Just answer that question the guy had about will the car drive or route on Google road image locations. I'm not sure how to say that. I drive quite a bit on roads that are not Google Street Viewed or whatever, and I had zero issues with it for quite some time, to be honest with you. It's never been an issue.
Okay, thank you. Born, identical. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Nope. Earl.
Hey, what's up? I just tuned in and then I got dropped and came back, but were you talking about spots that aren't mapped?
Quality is low. Quality of the
Okay, I'll be
space is
right
very
back.
low right now.
I'll be right back.
Too low. The space has been going on for 5 hours. We made it up to this point with high quality, and it's falling off a cliff. And my sugar is also falling off a cliff. I need something to eat.
How about some soup from the soup Nazi?
No soup for you.
Well, I would say, an interesting topic to maybe end it off on is how does Rivian raise capital?
Oh my God.
I mean,
Rivian
it's
has
a really
3 quarters.
interesting question,
I don't know
honestly.
why you. I don't know why you think they have 5, 6 quarters. I don't know how you came up with that math. Is this RJ cringe math?
Well, yeah, I mean, 4 to 6 quarters. I think, obviously they have to ramp up spending for the R2. So
There's
they
no
probably
R2.
need to raise in 2
There's
or
no
3
R2.
quarters.
They're not gonna R2 is not
Well,
coming
they
to
say
market.
they're spending on the R2. So
Where did they say that?
in their earnings call, I was just listening to it.
Did they give us some details? How much did they say they spent?
Well, they actually just spent a massive amount on like upgrading the R1 line. And they said they added additional robots and capacity to build out another 30%. And then, they said, look, we're going to save $2.2 billion doing this in Normal instead of Georgia, but it's still going to be like 1 point something billion dollars. So, I mean, ramping up a high volume vehicle line like this is obviously expensive. If they want to build in the capacity that they're talking about, then, they're going to need to spend for it. So I see them probably going to capital markets in some form in, 2 to 3 quarters. It could be like they go to Amazon. They talked about Amazon being a huge partner. They could possibly just do some, private round or something with Amazon if they're willing to do that. But I mean, I'm not sure if how Amazon feels about that. They've obviously had to take a hit on their earnings a few times due to their mark to market Rivian holdings.
Born identical. Your question in 10 words.
Hi guys.
That's not a question. SRO.
Are you, was it mentioned that about the $827 million state of Illinois grant given to Rivian for the R2 factory build out in Normal,
Omar?
Illinois?
Yeah, they mentioned on the call that about 75 to 100 million of that is going to be in sort of an immediate form in the next 12 months. The rest of that is a tax incentive over the next 30 years. So, they have to actually survive 30 years for it to be worth, the full 827 million. Payroll tax, that kind of stuff, discounts on those things.
Born identical.
Hi. So I've been really involved in the Dowd controversy and how he thinks everything has to be perfect. And I'm curious if discussion has been had about the autonomous vehicles not being perfect. For instance, that Waymo that was driving on the wrong way. Say in 2 years, there's going to be a lot more cars with autonomy and ADAS features and a lot more just autonomous cars. So I saw that video and I was a little shocked at first, but I don't see that as that big of a deal because the other cars will be autonomous. They'll know what to do. Any opinions on that?
Omar?
Nobody actually crashed when that Waymo did its thing. I'm not really sure what it was doing or why, but I think they're just going to be much better than humans. Waymo did a study with Swiss Reinsurance, and they found that just in their deployment so far, 80% of injury causing crashes have been eliminated compared to human drivers. So you'll be able to see the difference in the hospitals, in the statistics, and it will still make mistakes. And it'll be much stupider things. We'll say, how could it make such a stupid mistake? A human would never make that mistake. But guess what? When a human makes a mistake, they make it again and again. Somebody drunk drives and kills somebody. You can take that guy to jail. You can put him away for the rest of his life. Someone else is going to go drunk drive tomorrow and the next day. It's just a human condition problem. With the self-driving cars, we can actually engineer them and make sure they never make that same mistake again and just continue to drive down that safety over time. So I think that's going to become really clear. People are just going to realize that a lot fewer people are getting injured and dying.
Yeah, Omar, I just went through the transcripts for the Rivian call. Where do you see they're spending money on R2, like present tense?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much the capital outlay is in like the next few quarters, but they've said like what, 2026 or something like that for start of production. So in the coming quarters, they're going to have to start preparing
Okay,
for this
so that's a
in a few
different
ways.
statement, though. That's a different
Yeah.
statement than they're spending today, because today's income statement shows R1. If there was some R2 spending in there, you would have to take that out to analyze the company a little bit. That's why it's very important whether Q1, Q2. But what I see here, the most they say is that 2024 adjusted EBITDA forecast. They say something vague about as we start spending money on the R2, go to market capabilities and develop our R2 platform.
Well, I mean, obviously they're investing,
So
designing.
the spending for the 2024 guidance is we expect 2024 EBITDA to be negative 2.7 billion. EBITDA to be negative 2.7 billion, as we focus on continuing our go-to-market infrastructure build out and development of R2. So that's like R&D for R2, not even CapEx. And as
Right.
you know, the late Charlie Munger says, EBITDA is bullshit earnings. So even that is negative 2.7 million. Okay. All right. Glad we got that cleared out. I thought I was missing something. Robert?
Do you see intercommunication between autonomous vehicles as being key to reducing accidents in the future as more cars become autonomous?
No, but I think they will share information with each other over the internet. But you can't rely on it. You have to be able to work with humans too.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. In a few minutes, the coffee shop is going to close, but I got to pack up. I'm like literally the last person here. There's nobody here. I spend more time here than the employees of the coffee shop.
Hey guys, just to add to that, right? As more FSD progresses throughout the years, the better the data, the better the training gets. I do see the insurance premiums prices going down, and you're not only like training the data on just right left turns, you also can look at different hours, driver behaviors. Like for example, if you're going on the 405 at 5 p.m., you can pick up how that traffic will be, and it can generate and see what the best, not only the route, but what the driving behaviors will be around. So even like late night on Saturday, 3 in the morning.
Thank you. Xander? Okay. All right. Ending YouTube Live. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great.